Chapter 543. Rubble swirled in the air, blood splashed everywhere, and the aftershocks did not stop. In an instant, the stone forest formation had undergone earth-shattering changes. Tens of thousands of abyssal creatures had their lives devoured almost at the same instant the formation went berserk. Under the cover of the canopy of undead, the bloody light that shot out from the battlefield was still like a hurricane, leaving streaks of blood behind. When the huge body was torn apart, the bones were like sharp arrows, sending some of the enemies on the periphery flying. It was like an Azura hell. Piles of corpses piled up at the center of the stone forest. The pungent stench of blood soared into the sky. Tenacious souls carrying unreconciled resentment lingered within the stone forest, forming some sort of bizarre transformation. The dead souls, under the influence of the formation, did not immediately disperse into the world along with the loss of their vitality. Instead, they turned into streaks of blood-red shadows, flying everywhere with boundless resentment, tearing apart and biting the undead to death one by one, adding a more horrifying scene to the stone forest that looked like hell on earth. In the short span of a few breaths, the previously tranquil stone forest had turned into a bloody machine that minced all life. Not a single one of the tens of thousands of abyssal creatures could escape from the stone forest. This slaughter of the three great evil forces of demonic arts, necromancy magic, and the edict of destruction. All of them had turned into streaks of blood-red shadows, whizzing and roaming within the stone forest, waiting for more lives to enter. The noisy crowd around Han Shore shut their mouths at once. The battle raging on the wide city walls of War Demon Valley became strangely quiet. Crozius, Brachia, Brayshaw, the 6 Rakshasas, the 5 visiting advisors, Jasper, and everyone else wore lifeless expressions as they stared dumbfoundedly at the tens of thousands of lives that had been destroyed amidst the billowing smoke. Fear, disbelief, fear, chills. All kinds of emotions that would not normally appear filled their hearts in an instant. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. At least Lord Crozius' materials were not wasted. Han Shore's jaw dropped. He was a little surprised by the terrifying scene he had created. Necromancy magic, edict of destruction, and demonic arts magic formations, 3 different types of martial arts that belonged to different worlds yet were equally evil and malicious. The terrifying destructive power created by combining them was something that even Han Shore could not get used to. More than 10,000 elites of Venomfang Castle were devoured by the stone forest created by Han Shore in an instant. Not a single one of them survived. Such power was simply shocking to the extreme. Han Shore, Mr. Han Shore, this is the power of the formation? Crozius, the Lord of War Demon Valley, was actually stuttering at this moment. His deep eyes were filled with confusion, as though he still couldn't imagine what he had just seen. It should be. Lord Crozius, are you satisfied with the power? The corners of Han Shore's mouth curled into a teasing smile as he blinked his eyes. Crozius was speechless. I'm convinced. Brayshaw, this eccentric fellow, his eyes sparkled with little stars that made Han Shore feel disgusted as he stared fixedly at Han Shore. Brachia's snake-like body stiffened like a 1,000-year-old zombie. He maintained a strange posture of slightly leaning forward in preparation for battle. His face was filled with disbelief and fear as he stared blankly at the blood shadows dancing wildly in the stone forest. After a long while, Brachia forced an ugly smile and muttered to himself, "It seems that I really have to call him Grandpa. Is this guy even human?" The people of War Demon Valley suddenly quietened down. Every one of them wore a lifeless expression. Their gazes towards Han Shore were filled with reverence. A character who could annihilate tens of thousands of enemies in the blink of an eye was much more terrifying than those fiendish shadow warriors. Retreat, retreat. Damn it, don't enter that stone forest. Mother **K, what the hell is going on? Yeki, who had flown over on his warhawk, felt as though his tenacious heart was filled with lead. His uncontrollable fear was clearly exposed in his trembling voice. His anxious and helpless voice seemed to carry a hint of sobbing. Yeki, what's going on? Why is it so terrifying down there? Didn't you say that War Demon Valley only has that little bit of strength and that we can easily take them down? As the leader of the Shadow Warriors, Zadja had experienced all sorts of situations over the years. However, This was the first time he had encountered a scene where tens of thousands of experts were slaughtered in an instant. He too was panicking. Even this bloody butcher, who regarded human life as worthless, felt his scalp tingle and his heart flustered when he saw the unbearable sight of hell on earth below him. A human figure soared into the sky. His body was badly mutilated. Large chunks of flesh hung on his tough bones, as though they would fall off at any moment. Zadjia's face turned incomparably ugly as he looked at the figure that suddenly rushed out from the stone forest. He looked at the inhuman chunks of flesh and the horrifying bloody appearance. He suppressed his towering rage and asked, "Ironstone, is that you? Lord Star Warrior, it's me. What a terrifying attack. They're all dead. Everyone is dead. I'm the only one who escaped. Oh my God, what the hell is going on? Yeki, you deserve to die 10,000 times over. Who did you offend?" The granite general, who no longer resembled a human, trembled as he spoke incoherently due to his fear. "Who the hell is it?" Scarlet Fiend General's coquettish and beautiful body was also trembling in anger. Her towering chest was trembling, provoking endless wild and fanciful thoughts. I don't know what's going on either. What should we do? What should we do now?" The master of Venomfang Castle was at a loss as the three shadow warriors questioned him. The scene below was simply too terrifying and cruel. Even Yeki, who had seen blood before, was somewhat terrified. "Don't worry about what's happening below. Nobody is to enter the stone forest again. Fortunately, we are all fine. This time, the hatred must be settled immediately with blood. Otherwise, our shadow sect will not be able to answer to the king." He looked at the thousands of Yeki's trump cards riding on flying mounts behind him and said, "Either we take down War Demon Valley, or we all die in War Demon Valley. You all know what the king is capable of. We don't have a third option." As soon as Zadjia mentioned Demon King Golender, the party of Venomfang Castle members, who were originally filled with fear, shuddered. Their gazes suddenly became resolute. They had made up their minds that even if they were to die here, they would not be able to infuriate Golender. "Then, let's kill. Either everyone in War Demon Valley dies, or we all die." Yeki licked the corner of his mouth and revealed a cruel and sinister expression. Without waiting for Zadjia to say anything else, he waved his hand and fiercely roared, "For the sake of our fallen brothers, today, we will kill everyone in War Demon Valley. Charge!" Under Yeki's command, the remaining thousands of Venomfang Castle elites, under Yeki's instigation, no longer looked at the bloody scene in the stone forest below. They fearlessly charged towards War Demon Valley. "Everyone, be careful. The remaining ones are the strongest experts of Venomfang Castle. We must not let them charge into Tanai. There are 3 demons among them. We must hold them off." After the initial shock, Crozius hastily yelled out the hope that Hanshuro had given him. Seeing that Venomfang Castle had launched their final assault, Crozius felt a little more hope. "Mr. Hanshuro, please help me stop one of the demons." After boosting the morale of his troops, Crozius lowered his voice. His attitude was unprecedentedly respectful. His tone was filled with pleading and reverence as he said to Hanshuro. All the surrounding experts of War Demon Valley instantly turned their gazes to Hanshuro. At this moment, Hanshuro seemed to have replaced Crozius' position, becoming the new spiritual leader of War Demon Valley. It couldn't be helped. The shock that Hanshuro had just caused was too appalling. An existence that could kill 10,000 enemies in the blink of an eye with a magical matrix was something that even Crozius, the Valley Master whom they revered as a god, could not compare to. "Hanshuro, you are truly unfathomable." It was only now that Jasper seemed to have woken up from the shock that Hanshuro had given her. Her charming face shone with a bizarre luster that could make one's heart flutter. Her beautiful eyes made no effort to conceal her favorable impression of Hanshuro. Unlike the bizarre expressions of the crowd, Hanshuro still had that infuriating calmness. Hanshuro shot a glance at the humble Crozius and said with a mischievous smile, "Since I've been paid, I'll do my best. Don't worry, I know what to do. Many thanks, Mr. Hanshuro. As long as War Demon Valley survives today's calamity, Mr. Hanshuro is free to choose anything that belongs to Tanai." At this point, Crozius looked at the excited Jasper and added meaningfully, Even if it's my most precious possession, I'm willing to let Mr. Han take it away." Han laughed involuntarily. He thought that this abyss realm was indeed a practical place to his liking. He had only revealed a bit of his strength, and this Crozius was already fawning over him at all costs. He was indeed a character capable of great things. "Just focus on dealing with Yeki. I'll handle the 3 shadow warriors for you. After that, just do what you promised me," Han said with a mischievous smile as he shot a glance at the blushing Jasper. Three shadow warriors? Mr. Han, you're going to handle 3 shadow warriors alone?" Crozius couldn't help but cry out in shock. Han nodded and affirmed, "That's right, I'll take care of them all." Chapter 544. Crozius wasn't the only one. Everyone who heard that Han wanted to take on 3 shadow warriors by himself was stupefied. In the Abyss realm, every great demon king had his own personal guards. Every one of the 3 shadow warriors was a demon. Their terrifying strength and ruthlessness had long been deeply ingrained in everyone's heart. While it was true that Han had killed nearly 10,000 enemies in an instant using the so-called tactical matrix, he was, after all, just one person, and a person who had yet to display sufficient strength. In the Abyss realm, where the hierarchy was clearly divided, there were only a few people who could take on 3 shadow warriors by themselves. Each and every one of them was a peak-level expert whose name resounded like thunder. The fact that Han dared to say that he could take on 3 shadow warriors by himself really shocked these people. Han looked around and took in the expressions on their faces. He shook his head and said with a faint smile, "You guys just have to do what you are supposed to do. It's just 3 shadow warriors. Hehe, I don't think they can bring me much trouble." Han looked at Brachia and added, "Besides, I'm still waiting for people to lick my soles and call me grandpa." Brachia's face turned ashen when he heard those words. However, he no longer dared to refute Han. He squeezed out an incomparably ugly smile and didn't say a word. His heart was filled with an unbearable bitterness. Kill them all. The shrill howls grew nearer and nearer. Finally, they reached the towering city walls of War Demon Valley. The remaining experts of Venomfang Castle were either riding war eagles with thick serpentine tails, or true experts like Zadzia flying through the air. With his mortal enemy right in front of him, Crozius could no longer care about Han. He immediately shouted, "Kill!" Due to Han devastating strike from the stone forest, those from War Demon Valley who had prepared many powerful defensive weapons were not put to use. It was only now that the last trump cards of Venomfang Castle were nearing that they blasted out all at once. The sky was filled with iron, stone, and arrows that rained down on the crowd like hail. "H, that's all you've got." Zadzia snorted with a cold face. His eyes shone with a frenzied light, and an aura of destruction erupted from his body. He took the lead and rushed forward. The law of destruction was activated in his palms, and most of the attacks were intercepted by him alone. Behind him, the rock warrior, whose body was so badly mangled that it was almost unrecognizable as a human, cultivated in the elemental energy of the earth. An earth armor covered his body that was riddled with holes. Unafraid of the barrage of arrows and stones, he smashed towards War Demon Valley like a small mountain. Scarlet Fiend cultivated in the elemental law of fire. Dense fire element shot out from between her hands and ignited upon landing on the ground. In a split second, the towering walls of War Demon Valley were enveloped in a sea of flames. Yeki, the master of Venomfang Castle, let out a shrill howl as he charged straight at Crozius. He had already decided to fight to the death. The great battle broke out almost instantly. With 3 shadow warriors paving the way, not a single one of War Demon Valley's early attacks had any effect. The remaining experts of Venomfang Castle charged unimpeded all the way to War Demon Valley, causing widespread casualties in the blink of an eye. Both sides had started fighting. Under Jasper's astonished gaze, Han finally soared into the sky. With the skeletal staff in one hand and the Demon Slayer edge in the other, Han entered the fray with a calm face. As soon as he landed in midair, Han let go of the skeletal staff and the Demon Slayer edge. To avoid shocking the world, he did not let his 2 avatars reveal their true forms, but only let them float in midair. As the skeletal staff floated in midair, the base god souls within it constantly released necromancy magic. Bone spears and bone spears flew out like scattered flowers. All kinds of necromancy boundaries were released in an extremely exquisite manner. The Grand Disintegrator, a necromancy magic with considerable destructive power, fell upon the invading enemies one after another, causing them to disintegrate and die one after another. The leader of the Shadow Warriors, General Starclaw Gia, was like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep. Not a single person of War Demon Valley who got close to him could escape from his murderous hands under the Edict of Destruction. In an instant, nearly 100 people were turned into a bloody mess, forever losing all traces of their lives. As he rampaged, this leader of the Shadow Warriors was still gnawing on the corpse of the young and beautiful War Demon Guard he had just killed. Crunching sounds that would make one's scalp numb could be heard. Obviously, this mad demon had entered a state of madness. He was shouting and yelling as though he had gone mad. The Edict of Destruction was contained within the sound waves, causing the War Demon Guards around him to feel a stabbing pain in their heads. Their bodies were on the verge of collapse. General Scarlet Fiend and General Rock were equally invincible. Wherever they passed, the War Demon Guards would be slaughtered. Not a single one could escape their pursuit. In the Abyss Realm, being one level higher in strength was an irreparable disadvantage. One by one, the War Demon Guards fell under the attacks of the 3 Shadow Warriors. All of a sudden, a shrill howl that sounded like the wailing of 10,000 ghosts sounded from within the Demon Slayer Edge. Floating in mid-air, the Demon Slayer Edge found General Starclaw Gia's position like a black meteor and plunged towards him at lightning speed. An enormous aura of destruction erupted from the Demon Slayer Edge in a split second. Within the aura of destruction, it was filled with the negative energy of violence, plunder, and boundless resentment. It was as though it would not stop until everything in the world was destroyed. The leader of the Shadow Warriors, Zadja, who had clearly gone mad, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The next moment, he saw a black meteor suddenly smashing towards him. The evil energy contained within the meteor was more frightening and enormous than he had imagined. He didn't even have the time to ponder where this black meteor came from before it pierced through his body. The Demon Slayer Edge directly pierced through Zadja's body. This avatar of Han Shuror, who possessed the low god soul of destruction, had suddenly launched a sneak attack on Zadja. The Demon Slayer Edge was a realm higher, and it contained the plundering energy of Dadara, as well as the resentment and death aura of tens of thousands of living beings contained within the Demon Slayer Edge. A mere Zadja would naturally die. After the Demon Slayer Edge pierced through Zadja's body, it suddenly turned around and gently pierced into the back of Zadja's head. The base god soul that Zadja had painstakingly cultivated for many years was instantly sucked into the Demon Slayer Edge, along with Zadja's comprehension of the Edict of Destruction and the remaining energy in his body. By the time the Demon Slayer Edge flew out from the back of Zadja's head, Zadja's body was nothing but a bag of smelly flesh. He no longer had the slightest bit of valuable energy. Han Shuror's avatar of destruction in the Demon Slayer Edge was one of the most bizarre existences. Not only did it possess the characteristics of demonic arts, it also possessed the plundering nature of Dadara. The fusion of the main soul and the origin crystal of destruction had formed an avatar of the Demon Slayer Edge. Even Han Shuror himself wasn't too sure how this avatar should be classified. However, although this avatar had fused with the origin crystal of destruction, it didn't have a deep understanding of the Edict of Destruction. Now that Han Shuror had killed Zadja and absorbed his soul into the Demon Slayer Edge, he had obtained some of his comprehension of the Edict of Destruction. Although it was only the comprehension of a peak base god, it could be considered as making up for some of his shortcomings in this aspect. The death of Zadja, the leader of the Shadow Warriors, by Han Shuror's Demon Slayer Edge, immediately set off monstrous waves in the battlefield. The experts of War Demon Valley who were being pursued by Zadja suddenly saw a flash of black light. Then, Zadja's body collapsed weakly to the ground. Only when the crowd saw the Demon Slayer Edge hovering proudly in midair did they realize who the attacker was. Mr. Han Shuror has killed Zadja. That lunatic Zadja has been killed. After staring blankly for a moment, all the War Demon Guards who saw this scene suddenly shouted as if they had gone mad. Their voices were filled with excitement and surprise. Everyone who heard this news felt the same way. No, impossible. How is this possible? The other two shadow warriors suddenly felt a sense of disbelief and astonishment. Soon after, they shrieked and flew towards Zadja's corpse, as if to confirm if this was true. He's dead, that level 3 demon has been killed. Good heavens, Mr. Hanshaw is really too powerful. Haha, Venomfang Castle is finished this time. We're saved, we're saved. General Starclaw Zadja is dead. For a moment, the battlefield was filled with such excited clamors. Along with the clamor and cheers, the morale of War Demon Valley's side soared. Each and every one of them had reached their peak combat strength. On the contrary, the invaders of Venomfang Castle had ashen faces. After experiencing consecutive blows, they were finding it hard to bear. Haha, Yeki, you shall stay behind today. Crozius felt unprecedentedly carefree. Originally, he was worried about whether or not they could withstand the arrival of reinforcements. Now, he was thinking about how to maximize his gains. He attacked Yeki madly in high spirits, thinking that he would push Jasper to Hanshaw no matter what. The Abyss Realm worshipped the strong. Hanshaw, who had turned the tide and resolved War Demon Valley's crisis, instantly became the spiritual leader of War Demon Valley. Some young and beautiful alien ladies looked at Hanshaw with gazes filled with seductive lust. It was as if they couldn't wait to squeeze into Hanshaw's chest and let Hanshaw do whatever he wanted. Break. Hanshaw shouted coldly. The Demon Slayer edge transformed into a streak of black light and flashed across the void. The next moment, that Ironstone general, whose body was as hard as a boulder, suddenly exploded. After killing that Ironstone general, Hanshaw stared at the voluptuous and seductive Scarlet Demoness with a playful smile on his face. He teased, "Beauty, do you want to live?" Chapter 545. Yes. The coquettish and flirtatious Scarlet Fiend looked at Hanshaw, the culprit who had turned the tides of the battle twice. She was terrifyingly calm. Then, before Hanshaw could think any further, the Scarlet Demoness suddenly smiled sweetly. Her body was like a ball of fire as she flew towards Hanshaw, taking the initiative to throw herself into his arms. Hanshaw wore a charming smile on his face as he gazed at the beautiful woman. It was only when the beautiful woman was right in front of Hanshaw that Hanshaw suddenly reached out and grabbed her snow-white neck. Under the horrified gaze of the Scarlet Fiend, Hanshaw tightened his grip. With a cracking sound, the Scarlet Fiend's neck was suddenly broken. Why? The Scarlet Fiend's body was as red as blood. She looked at Hanshaw in disbelief. She was not dead yet, but was still glaring hatefully at Hanshaw. "Hehe, you want to kill me? Your method is a little clumsy," Hanshaw sneered. He did not wait for the intense fire element within her body to completely explode. He poured more force into her body and flung the beautiful woman far into the air. Rumble. A violent explosion suddenly resounded across the battlefield. The Scarlet Fiend's entire body was wrapped in blazing flames. It was as though a new sun had suddenly appeared in the Abyss Realm, burning to its heart's content. Having cultivated in demonic arts to the realm that Hanshaw was at, he had developed a very sensitive perception of the elemental energies between heaven and earth. The Scarlet Fiend gracefully approached him. The fire element within her body was condensed to the extreme in an instant. Her intentions were self-evident. How could Hanshaw let her have her way? What a pity for a beautiful woman. Now Brachia doesn't have to call me grandpa anymore. He got off lightly. Hanshaw shook his head regretfully and sighed softly. The death of the 3 shadow warriors by Hanshaw had a decisive impact on the entire battle. After more than 10,000 experts were annihilated by the magic formation, the overall strength of Venomfang Castle, excluding the 3 demon-level experts, was far inferior to that of War Demon Valley. It was precisely by relying on the terrifying strength of the 3 shadow warriors that Venomfang Castle was able to charge all the way to War Demon Valley, unafraid of death. However, with the death of the 3 shadow warriors, the experts of Venomfang Castle were clearly no match for them. With their low morale, their situation deteriorated. With War Demon Valley's advantage in numbers, they were gradually whittled down. "It's him. It's the monster that walked out of the ruptured plain channel. Suddenly, the three-eyed man whom Kai Yang called second brother looked at the high-spirited Han Shuo and shouted. Han Shuo, who was feeling regretful for killing General Scarlet Fiend, heard the exclamation of the three-eyed race member. His heart shook, and he glanced at the three-eyed race member from afar. He revealed a bone-chilling sneer and said, "Hey, so it's you. You didn't expect this, did you? You monster from another plane. Why would you help War Demon Valley?" The three-eyed race member who once commanded the enormous abyssal creatures to attack Han Shuo pointed at Han Shuo and shouted angrily. Han Shuo shrugged and said with a faint smile, "They've given me a lot of bargaining chips. Beauties and riches. Of course I'm happy to help them. Do you really think I'd help a race that has been hunting me since the beginning? Haha, sorry about that. We can also give you more bargaining chips. As long as you agree to help us, we can give you double what War Demon Valley has given you." Kai Yang, the master of Venomfang Castle, hastily shouted. Obviously, he could tell the true value of Han Shuo. Don't listen to him. Crozius, the master of War Demon Valley, actually became somewhat nervous. He turned to Han Shuo and added, "I will fulfill my promise to you. Besides, my daughter Jasper is also yours. Lord Han Shuo, War Demon Valley will not mistreat you, I promise. You can't eat from the bowl while looking at the pot." Kai Yang, "I'm sorry, I'm a very principled person. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not showing any sincerity in the beginning." Han Shuo smiled faintly. He didn't even look at the despairing Kai Yang. Instead, he shot a glance at the bashful Jasper from afar and winked at her evilly. Jasper's attention was fully focused on Han Shuo. When she saw Han Shuo's meaningful gaze, she immediately panicked. She coyly turned her head away, not daring to look at Han Shuo's gaze that no one dared to look directly into. With the power of one man, Han Shuo had slain 3 shadow warriors, securing victory in one fell swoop. After receiving Han Shuo's reply, Crozius heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he sneered and said, "Everyone, let's put in more effort. Let's first annihilate these people. Then, we will kill our way to Venomfang Castle and occupy this place that we have been fighting against for so many years." The crowd of War Demon Valley was in high spirits. Relying on their superior numbers and the existence of a super expert like Han Shuo, they immediately launched the final battle. On one side, their morale was high, while on the other, their hearts were filled with despair. One after another, those from Venomfang Castle were drowned and killed by the sea of people from War Demon Valley. The sporadic resistance also grew weaker and weaker. Han Shuo walked straight towards Jasper. The surrounding crowd of War Demon Valley looked at Han Shuo with gazes filled with reverence. Among them, some beautiful young ladies knew that Han Shuo was a passionate person. They wantonly threw flirtatious glances at him, giggling as though they were waiting for him to do as he pleased. "Mr. Han Shuo, when are you free? I'll take you on a tour around War Demon Valley. Lord Han Shuo, can you guide me in martial arts? I'm sure I'll listen attentively to your words. That's right, give us a chance." The women of the Abyss Realm were indeed open-minded and forthright. Beautiful women who thought they were somewhat attractive made no effort to conceal the passion in their eyes. They had already extended invitations to Han Shuo in front of so many people. Not only were there beautiful young ladies among them, there were also a few mature women who were already married. The men beside them were all chuckling, as though they didn't find it inappropriate for their women to be so presumptuous. TSK. The Abyss Realm is indeed the Abyss Realm. Interesting. Han Shuo inwardly marveled. He smiled amiably at a few of the most outstanding women, his eyes very presumptuously sweeping across their alluring bodies, causing the beauties to shriek incessantly, wishing they could throw themselves into Han Shuo's embrace. "You really are a big lecher." Jasper couldn't help but reprimand when she saw Han Shuo walking towards them with a lustful look on his face. She found it both infuriating and funny at the same time. In the Abyss Realm, as long as a powerful man had enough capital, it was only natural for him to have many women. All the women of the Abyss Realm, including Jasper, did not find this inappropriate. Therefore, From the moment Han-Shoror came to the Abyss Realm and named Hemana and Sylph, it did not cause any ripples. Jasper also very naturally accepted this fact. To Jasper, it was only natural for the powerful Han-Shoror to have some stunningly beautiful women. Having grown up in the Abyss Realm, not only did she not dislike Han-Shoror's unrestrained behavior, she even felt that her man was a real man. Therefore, when she saw Han-Shoror walking towards them with a lustful look, she found it somewhat amusing but did not find it inappropriate. "Your father has bestowed you to me. He, in that case, I won't stand on ceremony." Han-Shoror finally reached Jasper's side. He moved his large mouth close to Jasper's ear and whispered, giggling. Among the women of the Abyss Realm, Jasper could be considered one of the more delicate characters. Seeing Han-Shoror making such an intimate gesture in public, Jasper felt both excited and a little shy. She shot a charming glance at Han-Shoror, lowered her voice and softly snorted, "You bad guy, how dare you not stand on ceremony?" Rather than reprimanding, it was more like teasing. Jasper's charming eyes carried a soul-stirring charm, causing Han-Shoror's heart to flutter. Soon after, he laughed mischievously and lifted Jasper by the waist. Ignoring Jasper's shy cries, and ignoring the fact that Crozius was leading a group of people to pursue Yeki, he carried Jasper and flew towards the valley at the back. Those from War Demon Valley who had a panoramic view of this scene all revealed dubious smiles and laughed mischievously. Among them, the beautiful women who could not wait for Han-Shoror to plunder and violate them revealed envious expressions. Their hearts were in turmoil. "Mr. Han-Shoror." Just as Han-Shoror was about to disappear, Brachia, the Rakshasa who had just killed an enemy, suddenly shouted. Han-Shoror, who was impatient to conquer Jasper in his arms, shot a displeased glance at Brachia in the distance and snorted, "Brachia, do you think you can mock me just because I didn't toy with Scarlet Fiend?" Brachia's expression changed. He hastily replied, "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare." Under Han-Shoror's cold gaze, Brachia put on a long face and said, "I just want to tell you that this lowly one is convinced." It could be seen that when Brachia said those words, his heart was filled with fear. He had sincerely expressed to Han-Shoror that he would never dare to be his enemy again. It made sense. What qualifications did a mere Rakshasa like him have to challenge Han-Shoror for a character who could slay all three shadow warriors? "At least you know what's good for you." Han-Shoror gave Brachia a few deep looks. After ascertaining that Brachia was sincerely admitting defeat, Han-Shoror let out a cold groan and no longer gave Brachia another look. Carrying Jasper in his arms, Han-Shoror swaggered off, laughing wildly in high spirit. Chapter 546. Jasper's cheeks were blushing and her lips were tender and alluring. Her willowy eyebrows were furrowed in shyness, yet her arms were tightly wrapped around Han-Shoror. Her heart was thumping wildly with both anticipation and fear. Han-Shoror chuckled all the way. Before long, he had brought Jasper to a stone forest not far from his manor. Putting Jasper down, Han-Shoror smiled and stared at the bashful Jasper with a fiery gaze. He said in a low voice, "Hey, do you know what I'm about to do?" Jasper let out a cry of embarrassment and buried her head into Han-Shoror's broad chest. She pinched Han-Shoror's waist with her small hands and whispered into Han-Shoror's ear, "Bad guy, I knew I wouldn't be able to escape from your palm. Didn't you deliver yourself to my door?" Han-Shoror smiled wickedly and caressed Jasper's snow-white wings with his two hands, so beautiful. Jasper had long known that Han-Shoror had a perverted sexual interest in her wings. Her heart was itching incessantly when Han-Shoror wantonly touched her sensitive spot. Her delicate body trembled uncontrollably and her body temperature rose rapidly. In just a short while, her fragrant lips were already panting. This angel-like woman had snow-white skin, a perfect, slender, and graceful body, perfectly straight legs, and a full bosom. She was extremely attractive in every aspect, especially that pair of snow-white wings. It filled Han-Shoror, a fellow with an eccentric sexual preference, with an intense desire to possess her. He clucked his tongue in wonder as he praised Jasper's beauty. As Jasper subconsciously tried to resist, his big hand unceremoniously landed on the snow-white region of Jasper's milky white bosom. As soon as he used his demonic arts flirting technique, Jasper's amorous desire immediately flared up, her body scorching hot. Han Shor abruptly picked Jasper up and pressed her against a flat boulder. He then pulled up the gauze of Jasper's beautiful legs and wandered his hands wantonly around her snow-white buttocks. As Jasper's tender panting became more and more intense, Han Shor let out a roar and abruptly mounted her with his spear. After a long while, when Jasper's watery eyes were misty and bewildered, Han Shor gently caressed Jasper's snow-white wings and softly whispered in her ear, "Jasper, Jasper." Jasper felt as though she had fallen into the clouds. She was immersed in a beautiful dream that she did not want to wake up from. All she felt was that she was drowning in an indescribable happiness. It was a wonderful state of mind and body that came after extreme satisfaction. Han Shor's gentle voice was like a strange musical note, causing her heart to sink deeper and deeper, as though she would never want to wake up. All of a sudden, she, who had been medding for the past few days, involuntarily held her breath and concentrated, falling into a state out of as. After his body and mind were extremely satisfied, he began to clearly feel that his soul's sensitivity seemed to be much more sensitive than usual. The wind element in his body seemed to be whistling like a light breeze, and his soul also seemed to be swimming in the sound of the wind. A wondrous feeling immediately hid in the depths of his soul. Unknowingly, Jasper suddenly sensed that, in the depths of her mind, there was another kind of energy other than her own soul. This kind of energy was mysterious and unusual. It was like gossamer, constantly entangling with her. When she calmed her mind and comprehended, she discovered that the gossamer energy seemed to be able to form a strange connection with the wind element that she could not understand. Han Shor, who had intended to wake Jasper up, suddenly sensed the unusual undulations in Jasper's mind with his consciousness. Mr. Han Shor stared blankly for a moment before smiling faintly. He did not expect that Jasper, who had meditated for so many days without any results, would so quickly sense the existence of mental strength. It seemed that sometimes, indulging in a welcome truly did have a miraculous effect on this kind of mysterious training. As he thought about it, Han Shor's consciousness no longer paid attention to the unusual undulations in the depths of Jasper's soul. Instead, he focused all his attention and slowly overflowed a few strands of demonic yuan from his lower body, probing the mysteries of Jasper's body, searching for the method to condense and cultivate the element of wind in her body. Time passed silently. After an unknown amount of time, Han Shor, who had been meditating and comprehending the circulation of the wind element in Jasper's body with his demonic yuan, suddenly came to a realization. He gradually grasped the knack of the few cyclones in her body, and vaguely understood how an ordinary person on profound continent could cultivate the elemental energy with their own body. Han Shor let out a light breath. His eyes were glowing with vigor. His state of mind had unknowingly undergone some transformation. His state of mind that had been incessantly lustful all along seemed to gradually return to tranquility. He was like a prodigal son who had suddenly attained some kind of enlightenment after observing thousands of women. His indulgent state of mind was as still as an old monk's. However, there seemed to be some kind of unknown transformation hidden within this unmoving state of mind. Not only his state of mind, but even his physical body seemed to be undergoing some kind of mutation. This feeling initially alarmed Han Shor. After pondering deeply for a moment, Han Shor's face was filled with pleasant surprise and he couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Jasper, who was meditating and comprehending the existence of mental strength to her heart's content, was awakened by Han Shor's sudden laughter. She looked at Han Shor in a daze and asked, "Han Shor, what's wrong?" Han Shor, who was laughing heartily, was in an extremely good mood. However, he did not explain anything to Jasper. He merely shook his head and replied, "Nothing, nothing." Han Shor could feel that after this period of indulgence, the carnal realm that he had been unable to break through for a long time no longer seemed to be the biggest constraint on his breakthrough. The subtle changes that had taken place in his body and mind allowed Han Shor to understand that after a period of accumulation, this carnal realm was about to undergo a qualitative change and break through to the next realm, the Nine Changes realm. With the carnal realm no longer a constraint on his state of mind, all that was left was the accumulation of energy within his body. As long as he could advance one step further, Han Shor's demonic arts would reach the next level, reaching the Nine Changes realm that Chu Kanglan had been in. Han Shoror could hardly wait to see what surprises this realm would bring him. After inquiring, Jasper suddenly discovered that the two of them were still tightly joined together. She immediately blushed with embarrassment and hastily covered up her half-naked body. Her two perfectly straight thighs wriggled and wiggled. A strange yet wonderful feeling of numbness rippled from the bottom of her heart, causing her to let out a soft cry as her body abruptly heated up again. As she moved, Han Shoror also came to his senses. He lowered his head to look at his lower body and discovered that Jasper's slender, snow-white thighs were flowing with obvious traces of blood. Han Shoror knitted his brows and said, "Forget it, I was too rough just now. You won't be able to stand it if I do it again." Slowly withdrawing, Han Shoror gently took out a snow-white dress and covered Jasper's wonderful body. Under Han Shoror's tender ministrations, Jasper's heart gradually calmed down. Looking at the strand of tenderness on Han Shoror's brows, Jasper suddenly felt very touched for some unknown reason. An indescribable tenderness welled up in her heart. In the Abyss realm, the strong were revered. Women, on the other hand, were the weaker group. Unless they possessed extremely formidable strength, they could only be reduced to the playthings of men. Although Jasper was Croesus's daughter, as her strength was merely that of a destroyer, she was still affected by the rules of the Abyss realm. Due to the cruel competition in the Abyss realm and the survival of the fittest, men had always treated women crudely and crudely. Tenderness was rarely seen. For an expert like Han Shoror, who had slaughtered countless enemies, to serve a woman so tenderly and without putting on any airs, this was absolutely impossible in the Abyss realm. Therefore, when Jasper saw Han Shoror's tender ministrations, her heart was simply moved like a mountain torrent. She couldn't hold back her tears no matter how hard she tried. Han Shoror was stunned. He did not understand why Jasper would suddenly cry. He hastily comforted Jasper and said some words of love that were commonly spoken on Profound Continent. With that, Jasper became even more inexplicably moved. Tears streamed down her face like a broken dam, leaving Han Shoror somewhat at a loss as to what to do. Thank you, Han Shoror. You are truly a good man. I'm just rejoicing at being able to become your woman." Jasper, who had been sobbing incessantly, revealed a smile as beautiful as a pear blossom and begonia as she explained in a low voice. Han Shoror scratched his head and looked at Jasper with a baffled expression. He did not know what to say. "Hey, I sensed mental strength. Is it that kind of thread-like energy inside your brain?" Jasper, who was crying tears of joy, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. She looked at Han Shoror and asked hastily, as though wanting Han Shoror to give her an immediate answer. Han Shoror nodded with a smile and affirmed, "That's right, your feeling is absolutely correct. That energy is the mental strength I told you about. In the future, as long as you meditate well, it won't be impossible for your soul to directly fuse with the element of wind." Jasper was wild with joy when she heard those words from Han Shoror. Suddenly, she thought of something and exclaimed, "In that case, does that mean I can use my space ring now?" "Of course. Try to use your feeble mental strength to enter the space ring and form your mental imprint within. In the future, with that mental imprint, you will be able to freely send in and take out items," Han Shoror said smilingly. "Thank you. Hihi, I also have a space ring now. What a wonderful feeling." A small stone would disappear and reappear in Jasper's hand from time to time. She was having so much fun with it that she quickly figured out how to use the space ring. Han Shoror watched Jasper play around with a faint smile. After a while, he suddenly creased his brows and said, "Demon King Manticore has sent someone over. Let's go and take a look." Chapter 547. Inside the War Demon Grand Hall, a middle-aged couple wore solemn expressions as they listened to Croesus' description of the battle. "Just as the two of you can see, Venomfang Castle is completely finished this time. At present, Kunoa is leading the experts of War Demon Valley towards Venomfang Castle. If there are no accidents, Venomfang Castle will be captured by us within a short period of time." Croesus, the master of War Demon Valley, looked at the couple in front of him and explained solemnly. The middle-aged couple wore solemn faces as they listened to Croesus' description of the battle. After Croesus had finished, the man said in a deep voice. That person called Han single-handedly killed 3 shadow warriors, including Zadja? Crozius nodded. He seemed to have yet to recover from the shock. He took a deep breath and said with certainty, that's right. He single-handedly killed Zadja, Crimson Fiend, and Rock Warrior. What's even more shocking is that the so-called matrix he built in front of War Demon Valley instantly wiped out nearly 10,000 experts of Venomfang Castle. That's too terrifying. The charming woman gasped. Her face was filled with shock. That guy, where did he come from? When did such a terrifying guy appear in the Abyss Realm? The man asked anxiously as he stared at Crozius with a face of disbelief. Lord Board, Lord Xenia, to tell you the truth, Han said that he came from the destroyed interplanar passage in the territory of Venomfang Castle. Crozius said with a straight face. What? The two cried out in surprise. They looked at each other and exclaimed, interplanar passage? Crozius nodded affirmatively. He forced a smile and said, really, I believe his words more. Because during the previous battle, Scarlet Fang, the second brother of Venomfang Castle's Scarlet Fang, had personally confirmed the accuracy of this information. Board and Xenia stared blankly for a moment. Soon after, their eyes lit up as they looked at Crozius. Board said, Crozius, this time, you have made a great contribution. Crozius, who had long expected this, smiled and said, from the moment this person came to War Demon Valley, I noticed that he was extremely unusual. Therefore, I have been deliberately trying to win him over. It is also because of his existence that Venomfang Castle was completely annihilated this time, saving our War Demon Valley from the crisis. Now, he has requested to see Lord Manticore. I believe that as long as your lordship can satisfy some of his harmless requests, our side will be able to gain the upper hand in the 5-way battle. Yes, that's why his lordship will definitely reward you handsomely this time, Board said with a gratified expression. He then continued, I heard that you even gave your daughter, Jasper, to him? Well done, you didn't waste His Excellency's guidance. Lord Board is flattering me. Crozius was secretly delighted. He was glad that he had made a wise decision a few days ago. All right, Crozius. Lead us to that so-called formation. We are very curious about that formation that can instantly exterminate tens of thousands of lives. Xenia smiled at Crozius and suggested. When Han and Jasper returned to the battlefield together, they discovered that the battle had already ended. Everywhere along the way, there were huge, disgusting, grotesquely shaped abyssal creatures that were chewing on the corpses that littered the ground, regardless of friend or foe. At a glance, Han discovered that every single person on the side of War Demon Valley had joyous expressions on their faces. They were excited by that hearty, unrestrained battle. When they saw Han appear with Jasper, all of them actually started chanting Han name. For a moment, cheers that came from the bottom of their hearts resounded from every direction of the battlefield. At present, those that remained in War Demon Valley were not the main force. They were just some low-level abyssal guards who were responsible for guarding the safety of War Demon Valley and cleaning up the battlefield. However, the simultaneous cheers from every direction were still extremely impressive. It gave Han quite a fright. Han, look at their eyes. They worship you. Jasper explained while pointing at the abyssal guards scattered all over the battlefield. Han shot a glance at the crowd. He could tell from their eyes that what Jasper said was true. These warriors who worshipped the strong would only worship the truly strong. Although the great demon King Manticore was their true spiritual leader, it was a pity that very few of them had seen him with their own eyes. To them, although Manticore was powerful, he seemed somewhat unreachable. On the contrary, it was Han, an outsider who had just arrived at War Demon Valley, who proved to them what it meant to turn the tide with his own strength. Nodding and smiling, Han dragged Jasper, who seemed to be enjoying this wonderful feeling, and flew straight out of War Demon Valley. He asked amusedly, "What are you so excited about?" To see one's man being worshipped by others, this is something that all women in the Abyss realm would feel happy about. Hihi, looking at them looking at you as if you were a demon god, I feel that my judgment is correct. In the Abyss realm, beautiful women would rather become a demon's plaything than be worshipped by a low-level abyssal guard like a goddess. Jasper explained.
Oh.
Hanshaw was very interested in Jasper's novel explanation. When he thought about the cruelty of the survival of the fittest in the Abyss realm, he had to admit that this approach was correct. Becoming a demon's plaything would at least ensure one's safety. On the other hand, as a goddess of an abyssal guard, one could very well be killed at any time for no reason. In the Abyss realm, death was the most frightening thing. Thinking about it this way, Jasper's words did make some sense. While weighing Jasper's words in his mind, Hanshaw did not stop moving. In the blink of an eye, he had landed on the city wall of War Demon Valley. Looking at the bloody shadows that were still fluttering in the stone forest, and then at the 3 demon-level experts standing above the stone forest, the corners of Hanshaw's mouth curled into a playful smile. With one thought, the demon slayer edge suddenly whizzed out from his body. A streak of black lightning fell into the stone forest in a split second. Suddenly, the 10,000 bloody shadows that were darting about in the stone forest seemed to have smelled something fishy. All of them flew toward the demon slayer edge that was hovering in the middle of the stone forest. The demon slayer edge, a weapon forged from demonic arts, could attract and absorb the souls of millions of living beings. Even though it had transformed into a low-god avatar of destruction, that characteristic remained unchanged. One after another, the 10,000 bloody shadows that were frantically darted into the demon slayer edge. The demon slayer edge was like a demon that devoured evil. It sucked in all the bloody shadows that were devouring living beings in the stone forest. The 10,000 bloody shadows danced in a demonic manner. The process of them entering the demon slayer edge appeared extremely splendid and evil. The 3 demons who were solemnly observing the stone forest were shocked. In the short span of a few breaths, the evil and savage bloody shadows were sucked dry by this peerless murder weapon. All of a sudden, a thick bloody mist spread out from the demon slayer edge. While the 3 demons couldn't see what was going on, the demonic weapon, the demon slayer edge, revealed its avatar amidst the bloody mist and started roaming around the stone forest at lightning speed. This great formation that had taken Hanshaw a lot of effort to set up had now successfully accomplished its mission. Although some of the extremely wide stone pillars weren't easy to collect, some of the smaller formations that Hanshaw had deployed had been tampered with by Hanshaw beforehand. Therefore, wherever the avatar of the demon slayer edge passed through, many scattered objects and colorful banners would suddenly disappear. It didn't take long. As the thick bloody mist danced around the stone forest that was originally filled with all kinds of bizarre objects gradually became a real stone forest. All the materials and demonic objects that Hanshaw used as the eye of the formation and had other uses were swept clean by the avatar of the demon slayer edge. Gradually, the bloody mist shrouding the demon slayer edge thinned. Under the watchful eyes of the 3 demons, the demon slayer edge steadily hovered within the faint bloody mist. When the faint bloody mist completely disappeared, the demon slayer edge flew out from the stone forest as though it had a mind of its own. It whizzed towards the smiling Hanshaw on the city wall. What a miraculous weapon! Xenia's eyes lit up as she stared fixedly at the demon slayer edge and cried out in surprise. Crozius, the Lord of War Demon Valley, watched as all kinds of bizarre energies within the stone forest disappeared after Hanshaw's weapon fell into the stone forest. He couldn't help but let out a bitter smile and said in a soft voice, "It seems that this so-called formation won't have any more miraculous effect." Bord nodded and said, that Hanshaw must have done something to it. It seems that we won't be able to find anything miraculous from the stone forest. It doesn't matter. As long as he's here, everything else is secondary." Xenia's judgment was rather accurate. She gazed at Hanshaw in the distance and said, "What we should do now is to think of every possible way to rope this person over to our side. With him, we have everything." "That's right." Bord immediately agreed. He signaled to Crozius and said, "Let's go, it's time to have a good talk with him." Crozius didn't say any more superfluous words. He nodded and flew towards Hanshaw with Bord and Xenia. Even before they got close, Crozius could tell from Jasper's bashful expression that his precious daughter had completed the transformation from a young girl to a woman. Those bloody shadows hurt others as well as themselves. "I've kept them away. Lord Crozius, you wouldn't mind, would you?" Hanshoro didn't beat around the bush and expressed his stance in advance. Of course not, of course not. Croesus immediately replied with a fawning smile. At this moment, he couldn't wait to curry favor with Hanshoro. How would he dare to offend Hanshoro? Chapter 548. Mr. Hanshoro, on behalf of Lord Manticore, I thank you for your assistance to War Demon Valley. Board immediately greeted Hanshoro with the etiquette of the Abyss Realm upon seeing Hanshoro. His attitude was exceedingly friendly. Hanshoro, who had the intention of finding out about the interplanar transportation matrix through Manticore, the Demon King of the Abyss Realm, returned the courtesy with a smile and said, "You're welcome. Lord Croesus has treated me so warmly. As a visiting advisor of War Demon Valley, it is only natural that I resolve the crisis for War Demon Valley." "Mr. Hanshoro is too courteous," Xenia said with a faint smile. Xenia put on a faint smile, shot a glance at Croesus, and said to Hanshoro, "Given Mr. Hanshoro's strength, being a visiting advisor in War Demon Valley is truly a disgrace to your talents. This time, Board and I have come together to meet a character of Mr. Hanshoro's caliber. Naturally, we should introduce Mr. Hanshoro to your lordship. Given your lordship's generosity to friends, I'm sure you will help Mr. Hanshoro obtain the answer regarding the interplanar transportation matrix." "That would be great. Now that the crisis in War Demon Valley has passed, I don't think there's any need for me to stay in War Demon Valley any longer. Lord Croesus, if you don't mind, I'll be heading to Black Jade City with the two lords," Hanshoro said to Croesus smilingly. "Of course I don't mind. For a character like Mr. Hanshoro to be a visiting advisor of my War Demon Valley, it would be too much of an injustice for you. Moreover, Mr. Hanshoro still has important matters to attend to. As a friend, I won't hold you up," Hanshoro said with a smile. Croesus clearly understood that a character who could slay 3 shadow warriors with a wave of his hand was not someone his War Demon Valley could afford to pay tribute to. For such a character to come to Black Jade City, glory, splendor, wealth, and beautiful women of every race would be at his fingertips. In the future, he might even need to rely on Hanshoro. As a character who could rule over War Demon Valley, he obviously knew how to maintain a good relationship with Hanshoro. "Thank you very much, Lord Croesus." Hanshoro put on a faint smile, but soon after, his brows creased slightly as he recalled Jasper's question. He looked at Jasper and asked, "Jasper, about this, what do you plan to do?" After calming his mind in the carnal realm, Hanshoro suddenly thought of Jasper, Hemana, and Sylph. All 3 women had intercourse with him and became his women. When he was in the carnal realm, Hanshoro had only cared about doing as he pleased and hadn't thought too much about what would happen in the future. Now that Hanshoro's mind had calmed down, he had no choice but to consider the problem of these 3 women. In any case, the Abyss Realm was not Hanshoro's final destination. He would return to Profound Continent sooner or later. While Hanshoro wasn't afraid of bringing the 3 alien young ladies back to Profound Continent, it was just that the 3 young ladies were natives of the Abyss Realm. Whether or not they would be willing to leave their homeland for a completely foreign world with Hanshoro really wasn't too sure. "You are my man. Wherever you go, I will follow." To Hanshoro's surprise, Jasper did not hesitate in the slightest and said resolutely, "Jasper, you must consider this carefully. I'm not from the Abyss Realm. The reason I'm going to Black Jade City this time is to find a way to leave the Abyss Realm. If you follow me, it's very likely that you'll never be able to return here. Are you sure you want to stay by my side?" Hanshoro was astonished by Jasper's determination and asked in astonishment. "Little by Before Jasper could answer, Croesus, who had been thinking about how to wantonly please Hanshoro, suddenly had a gloomy expression on his face. It was obvious that he was reluctant to part with Jasper. After calling out Jasper's pet name, he looked at Jasper as if he wanted to say something. As a father, although he had handed Jasper over to Hanshoro, he did not wish to never see his daughter again. In the beginning, Croesus was only concerned with fawning over Hanshoro and did not look into this issue in detail. But now, after hearing Hanshoro's words and thinking about how miraculous Hanshoro was, Croesus suddenly felt uneasy, as though he was about to lose his daughter. His heart was suddenly thrown into disarray. Lord Father, I'm sorry. I want to follow him. Only by being with him can I understand what happiness is. Lord Father, please forgive your daughter for being unfilial. When Jasper learned of Han Shoror's identity and understood his purpose in coming to War Demon Valley, she knew that once she was together with Han Shoror, she would have to face this choice sooner or later. Ever since Jasper accepted Han Shoror, she had made up her mind. Therefore, when she said those words, Jasper did not hesitate too much. It was just that her expression was still filled with sorrow and helplessness. Croesus shook his head and let out a sigh. He squeezed out an ugly smile and looked at the child who had transformed from a young girl into a woman. He said, I knew it. Forget it, I won't stop you. I just hope that if you really go to Han Shoror's world, if possible, you'll come back to see me, your father. I understand. As long as it's possible, I'll definitely come back to see you. Jasper's eyes reddened as she said those words. Although she had made up her mind long ago, it was still very difficult for her to maintain her composure when she was about to leave her only family. Just like her, Croesus's eyes were also slightly red. He looked at Jasper with a helpless and bitter smile, as though he was trying to engrave Jasper's appearance in his heart, and stared deeply at her. Since I can come to the Abyss Realm, I'll definitely have the opportunity to come back again as long as I can find my way back. Don't worry, if possible, I'll still come back to the Abyss Realm. This place seems to suit me very well. Han Shoror suddenly recalled the existence of the Cemetery of Death. He felt relieved and comforted the two with a smile. All right. If Mr. Han Shoror doesn't mind, you can set off with us. It will take some time to reach Black Jade City from here. I believe his lordship will be very interested in Mr. Han Shoror, Borde said smilingly. Wait, there are still two women. I'll make a trip back to the manor and ask for their opinion, Han Shoror said apologetically. When he thought of Hermanna and Sylph, the two alien girls, Han Shoror couldn't help but feel warmth in his heart. These two talented and beautiful girls could bring joy to Han Shoror that he had never experienced before. Han Shoror was really reluctant to part with them. It's fine. We'll go with you. After you've settled everything, we can set off together. We're not in a hurry anyway, Xenia said smilingly. Xenia said with a smile. She thought to herself that this fella was truly a romantic character. It had only been a few days since he arrived at War Demon Valley, and he had already hooked up with 3 beautiful girls. It seemed that after arriving at Black Jade City, she would definitely inform His Excellency about his temperament. If she worked on this aspect, perhaps this fella would be so happy that he would forget home, forever staying at Black Jade City. From the attitudes of Borde and Xenia, Han Shoror could see his own value. He smiled and nodded. He then took a glance at Croesus, thought for a moment, and took out a space ring. He handed it to Croesus and said, "This space ring is for you. It can store many items. In addition, as you cultivate in the elemental energy of Earth, there is a magic staff inside that space ring that can amplify the element of Earth. Try using it, it might be able to inspire you in your cultivation." Upon finishing those words, Han Shoror explained the method of opening the space ring to Croesus. Croesus' body and soul had completely fused with the element of Earth. As an expert at the base god realm, all Han Shoror had to do was to give a slight hint, and Croesus could immediately sense the faint presence of mental strength. He easily opened the space ring. What a huge space. This ring is too magical. Although Croesus' mental strength was weak, he immediately understood the magical use of the space ring the moment he entered it. He immediately cried out in surprise. Also, the mental strength that you can sense. If you meditate and comprehend it, it will form a wonderful harmony with your soul, allowing your element of Earth to have other uses. Han Shoror smiled faintly and reminded Croesus. In any case, Croesus had been generous enough during the few days he spent in War Demon Valley. He had not treated Han Shoror unfairly. In the end, even his only daughter, Jasper, had been given to Han Shoror so generously. Han Shoror indeed felt rather apologetic. Therefore, he expressed his gratitude a little. The One Ring. It's the One Ring, Borde suddenly cried out in surprise. He stared at the space ring worn by Croesus with a face of disbelief. Oh, Han Shoror stared blankly for a moment before he asked, "You know the use of this space ring?" "Of course, Lord Manticore also has such a one ring. It can store many things inside and is extremely magical. His lordship has always worn it as a real treasure." "There's no doubt about it," Borde explained to Han Shoror as he looked at Crozius with a face full of envy. Although the way he addressed it was different, from Borde's words, Han Shoror understood that he indeed knew the use of the space ring. In order to manufacture a space ring, not only must one have a precise understanding of the Edict of Space, one must also understand some alchemy, and some special materials. Although the Abyss realm was vast, the term alchemy had never been used. The materials required to manufacture a space ring also didn't seem to exist in this world. Therefore, it seemed that even if there were people in the Abyss realm who cultivated in the Edict of Space, it would be difficult for them to manufacture a space ring. The fact that a demon king like Manticore actually had a space ring in his possession immediately gave Han Shoror some ideas. "Thank you." Crozius hastily expressed his gratitude after learning about the miraculousness of the space ring. "You're welcome." Han Shoror took one last look at Crozius, nodded, and left with Borde, Xenia, and Jasper. Hermanna and Sylph, just like Jasper, were extremely determined to follow Han Shoror and leave War Demon Valley with him. Chapter 549. 3 days later, at Black Jade City. Looking at the enormous buildings over 100 meters tall, bustling crowds of people, and all kinds of abyssal creatures of all shapes and sizes, Han Shoror had to admit that War Demon Valley was indeed just a small valley compared to Black Jade City where Manticore resided. At a glance, tall buildings that pierced through the clouds were everywhere. Among them, buildings that were over 500 or 600 meters tall could be seen everywhere. Han Shoror had seen dozens of abyssal creatures that were even larger than the primordious dragons along the way. In this place, anyone would feel a sense of insignificance and powerlessness. Hermanna and Sylph didn't need to say much. Even Jasper, who had a rather high status in War Demon Valley, appeared somewhat reserved upon arriving at Black Jade City. Her expression was filled with reverence. Compared to Black Jade City, War Demon Valley could only be considered a small mountain village. When Jasper arrived at Black Jade City, she behaved like a country bumpkin on earth. She was obviously restrained and uncomfortable, deeply afraid that her actions would negatively affect Han Shoror. However, amidst the reverence, the three girls also had faint traces of excitement on their faces. Black Jade City, one of the 5 capital cities of the Abyss Realm, was home to Demon King Manticore, an overlord of the Abyss Realm. In the Abyss Realm, Black Jade City was definitely an extremely flourishing city. For Jasper, Hermanna, and Hermanna, to arrive at such a place filled their hearts with reverence and anticipation. "So this is Black Jade City. Hihi, Mr. Han Shoror, what do you think of Black Jade City?" Borde had been extremely cordial with Han Shoror along the way. After bringing Han Shoror into Black Jade City, he immediately asked Han Shoror with a smile. "Big, everything is big." That was the feeling that all the buildings gave Han Shoror when he looked around. Perhaps it was because some of the abyssal creatures in the Abyss Realm were relatively large in size, but the buildings here were all taller and rougher than the last. If it weren't for the abyssal creatures walking around, Han Shoror would have thought that he was in the middle of a rolling mountain range. The buildings weren't much shorter than some hills. Black Jade City is just that magnificent. Look, that Demon King's palace over 1,000 meters tall is where Lord Manticore resides. Hihi. We of the Abyss Realm prefer crude and simple buildings. Therefore, the taller and more spacious a building is, the more it can highlight the identity of the owner, Borde explained with a smile. Raising his head and gazing ahead, he discovered that the Demon King's palace was indeed the tallest building in Black Jade Demon King City. The majestic Demon King's palace was built like a malevolent demon god that stood proudly in the world. From afar, the aura it exuded was extremely sharp, causing people to feel an indescribable sense of reverence and pressure. "Oh!" Han Shoror let out a soft cry. His brows were deeply creased. This magnificent Demon King's palace naturally had a kind of fierce and imposing manner. Clouds of incomparably dense black smoke lingered around the Demon King's palace that pierced straight into the clouds. Those black smoke were condensed from the element of darkness and contained defensive power. With just a single glance, Han Shoror was certain that this Demon King's palace wasn't as simple as it seemed. The energy it contained must have defensive and offensive capabilities. Those clouds of smoke, as black as ink, were all condensed from the element of darkness. Just from the appearance of the Demon King's palace, Han Shoror was certain that Demon King Manticore cultivated in the element of darkness, one of the 8 elements. Every time I look at the Demon King's palace, I feel reverence in my heart. That kind of pressure is natural. Truly miraculous, Xenia muttered in a low voice as she raised her head to look at the Demon King's palace. The corners of Han Shoror's mouth curled into an almost imperceptible smirk. He thought to himself, this Demon King's palace has been tampered with by Demon King Manticore's divine energy. Anyone whose strength had not reached a certain realm would not be able to sense the effects of that mysterious energy surrounding the Demon King's palace. As the spiritual leader they believed in, Manticore must have used this method to make them willingly hand over the power of faith. Han Shoror, this place is truly magnificent, Hemana exclaimed in admiration. Not bad, we have finally been to the Demon King city. Hehe, it truly lives up to its reputation, Sylph agreed. In the Abyss realm, the citizens of a certain region were not allowed to easily leave their area and reside in another city without special reasons. Especially, moving from a low-level city to a major city was something that could not be permitted. Therefore, for Hemana, Sylph, and Jasper, the young lady of War Demon Valley, this was their first time visiting Black Jade City. It was only natural for them to be pleasantly surprised and excited. All right, Mr. Han Shoror, the two of us will first go to the Demon King's palace to have an audience with his lordship. You can take a stroll in the vicinity for the time being. Once his lordship has any instructions, we will immediately come and bring you to him, Bord explained to Han Shoror smilingly. All right, you two go ahead. Bord and Xenia tried their best to curry favor with Han Shoror along the way. Han Shoror had quite a favorable impression of the two. In addition, this Black Jade City was indeed very majestic. Han Shoror was also rather interested in exploring this place. Therefore, he immediately agreed to the two's proposal. Just as the two were about to leave, Hemana suddenly recalled something and hastily said, Black Jade City is so vast. What if you can't find us? Hearing these words, Xenia giggled and said confidently, Don't worry, little sister. It's too easy for us Black Jade guards to find anyone in Black Jade Devil King City. What's more, all of you are new faces. The Black Jade guards under Manticore's command were similar to Golanda's trump card, the Shadow Warriors. They were all demons who answered directly to Manticore and wielded enormous power. Although the Black Jade guards weren't large in number, every single one of them had many subordinates under their command. In Black Jade City, the Black Jade guards were responsible for the safety of the entire city. Nothing could escape their eyes and ears. So that's how it is. Hemana did not say anything after hearing Xenia's explanation. Her expression was tinged with fear. They had long heard of the Black Jade guards. Just like the Shadow Warriors, they were an extremely frightening organization. In the hearts of some citizens of Black Jade guards, the cruelty of the Black Jade guards wasn't inferior to that of the Shadow Warriors. All right, Mr. Han Shoror, you two should familiarize yourselves with Black Jade City. We must have an audience with his lordship as soon as possible. Bord bade farewell to Han Shoror and left with Xenia. They headed straight for the Demon King's palace that was shrouded in divine energy. Come on, let's take a stroll around this Black Jade City. After Bord and Xenia left, Han Shoror brought the three ladies and began to stroll around the incomparably spacious streets. Black Jade City was enormous, much larger than Han Shoror had imagined. Han Shoror unfolded his consciousness and discovered that this Black Jade City was at least 10 times larger than Lancelot Empire's Ossen City on the Profound Continent. There were all kinds of rare and exotic objects that Han Shoror had never seen before scattered all over the city. Many otherworldly creatures were walking around Black Jade City. Some had bodies that resembled rocks, while others had bodies that resembled trees. It was extremely bizarre. Jasper and the other two ladies were also very curious and chattered incessantly along the way. Hemana and Sylph had positioned themselves as slaves from the very beginning. Therefore, after Jasper became Han Shoror's woman, they didn't find it strange at all. On the contrary, they got along very well with Jasper. Of the four, Han Shoror knew nothing about Black Jade City. It was also the first time the three ladies had come to Black Jade City. Therefore, they appeared very curious and would stay behind to investigate any strange creatures they saw. Exclamations of astonishment could be heard coming from their mouths. "Bastard, how dare you roam the streets instead of staying in your cave? You're courting death." Suddenly, a gloomy voice sounded beside Han Shoror's ears. Han Shoror turned to the source of the voice and discovered that 5 or 6 alien youths had cornered a skinny and small youth, approximately 15 or 16 years old, into a corner. They were wantonly hurling verbal insults at the youth while beating him up with punches and kicks. The youth had a stupefied look on his face. He curled up his body and covered his head, silently allowing the youths to beat him. The heavy sounds of the kicks pounded on his body, but he calmly endured them. Only, the hatred in his eyes was bone-chilling. It could be seen that this young man had an unforgettable hatred for those young men from the foreign races. However, because he didn't have much strength, he could only allow them to attack him without putting up any resistance, firmly protecting his head to prevent himself from being crippled. In any material plane, such scenes of the strong bullying the weak were unavoidable. Han Shoror wasn't the kind of person who liked to meddle in other people's business. Moreover, this was the Abyss realm, where only the fittest survived. Everyone should adapt. Gradually, the youth with resentful and stubborn eyes seemed to be unable to withstand the repeated blows. He could no longer protect his head with his hands. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before the youth was beaten to death. Just as Han Shoror was about to leave with the three ladies, he suddenly noticed that the youngster's body had suddenly turned as red as blood. It was as though the blood in his body was about to seep out from his pores. Han Shoror couldn't help but reveal a rather astonished expression. Suddenly, Han Shoror seemed to have recalled something. His consciousness moved and circled around the youngster's body. Han Shoror's brows suddenly twitched as he blurted out, "Body of Sanguis." "What?" Jasper stared blankly at Han Shoror, puzzled. Without answering, Han Shoror's body flashed, instantly piercing through layers of human silhouettes, and abruptly landed beside the curled-up youth. He reached out with his big hand and lifted the skinny youth up. Looking at the dying youth whose eyes were brimming with stubbornness and resentment, Han Shoror asked in a deep voice, "Child, do you want power?" Chapter 550. Power, power. The youth murmured intermittently. His scarlet pupils were filled with longing. Who are you?" Han Shoror's sudden intrusion immediately startled a few of the fellows who had been beating up the youth. One of the leaders then questioned Han Shoror. In Han Shoror's eyes, those youths were the kind of people he could exterminate with a wave of his hand. Han Shoror paid no heed to their questions and merely lowered his head to look at the youth in his hand. "Han Shoror, what's the matter?" Jasper arrived gracefully with Hemana and Sylph in tow. She looked at the grave expression on Han Shoror's face and did not quite understand Han Shoror's actions. In the Abyss realm, such occurrences were all too common. Those who noticed the anomaly in the area, on one hand, were attracted by the beauty of Jasper, Sylph, and Sylph. On the other hand, they found it interesting that someone else was interfering. Each and every one of them wore a faint smile on their faces as they observed. "Oh, 3 beauties." The youth in the lead wore a delighted expression and impudently whistled. His eyes roamed over the bodies of Jasper, Sylph, and Sylph in a frivolous manner. "Child, do you wish for power?" Han Shoror ignored the commotion around him and continued to look at the youth with a stubborn face and a body as red as blood. Of course I want power. But, can you give it to me?" The youth murmured as he gradually regained his strength. His scarlet pupils stared blankly at Han Shoror as he asked blankly. Han Shoror smiled faintly and put the youth down. He extended his large hand and placed it on the back of the youth's neck. A few wisps of demonic yuan entered the youth's body and began to circulate in a mysterious trajectory. The youth's body, which was originally as red as blood, became even redder after Han Shoror's demonic yuan entered. A faint smell of blood overflowed from his body, as if blood was seeping out from every pore of his body. That's right, it's the sanguinar body, Han Shoror was certain. Once a person with the sanguinar physique lost control of their emotions, the blood in their body would flow at a high speed, giving people the impression that they had been splashed with blood. This special body was the best candidate to cultivate the Blood God Sutra, as it could allow one to cultivate the Blood God Sutra to an extremely high realm in a short period of time. From Chu Kanglan's memories, Han Shoror understood the details of the Blood God Sutra. Back then, when Chu Kanglan was a supremacy of the demonic path, he had an expert who cultivated the Blood God Sutra. That subordinate was quite strong, but because he did not have the body of a sanguinar, he was unable to cultivate the Blood God Sutra to the highest realm even though he cultivated diligently. Legend had it that only a person with the body of a sanguinar physique could cultivate the Blood God Sutra to the extreme and become a blood demon. However, a person with the body of a sanguinar physique could only be found by chance, not sought. Back then, Chu Kanglan had also wanted to find a person with the body of a sanguinar physique and pass the Blood God Sutra to him, so that he could create a powerful subordinate. However, he never had the chance to find one. Unexpectedly, in this abyss realm, Han Shoror actually met a young man with the body of a sanguinar physique. This young man had a firm and unswerving heart, like a piece of unpolished gold or unpolished jade. If he cultivated the Blood God Sutra with the body of a sanguinar physique, he would definitely improve at lightning speed, and become an expert that no one would dare to underestimate. Han Shoror was calculating in his heart. Suddenly, he withdrew his hand, and the dark red body of this young man, who was on the verge of death, returned to normal. His pair of lifeless eyes were filled with excitement as he stared at Han Shoror and said, You can really give me power?" Nodding his head, Han Shoror smiled and said affirmatively, "Acknowledge me as your master, and I will give you power that is beyond your imagination. But, I have cultivated all 8 elemental energies, but I have never been able to cultivate any of them. Can I really possess power?" Although the young man believed in Han Shoror, because he had tried all kinds of methods over the years, his strange body had never been able to give him the power to take revenge. Therefore, he still had doubts in his heart. The young man was only 15 or 16 years old, but he had a firm will and a sanguinar physique. In the eyes of Han Shoror, he was a real piece of unpolished gold or unpolished jade. As long as he imparted the Blood God Sutra to him, this young man would definitely be able to turn into a dragon and soar between heaven and earth. Looking at this young man, Han Shoror smiled and explained, "Your special body is indeed not suitable for cultivating the 8 elemental energies. With your aptitude, there will naturally be a wider path waiting for you. The 8 elemental energies and the 4 laws are not the source of all the power in the world. Follow me, and you will understand." Hey, that fella, mind your own business." As Han Shoror and the young man were talking, the young man who was the leader suddenly shouted, "Heh!" With a cold snort, Han Shoror turned around and glanced at those young men. His body released a murderous aura, and a frightening evil force instantly enveloped an area of several dozen meters. Those young men, who were about to do something arrogantly, looked at Han Shoror and suddenly felt an indescribable fear. They were so frightened by the evil force on Han Shoror's body that they trembled and didn't dare to say a word. It wasn't just the few of them. Some of the excited onlookers around them, regardless of their strength, were all scared out of their wits. However, under the cold gaze of Han Shoror, none of them dared to leave. They could only tremble and look at Han Shoror pleadingly, hoping that Han Shoror would spare their lives that could disappear at any time. "Get lost!" Han Shoror shouted in a low voice. When those young men heard Han Shoror say this, they didn't dare to stay a moment longer and left the place, drenched in sweat. Some of the onlookers were the same. Regardless of their strength, they didn't dare to stay and watch. They all left faster than ghosts. "Who the hell is that guy? What a terrifying aura. I don't know. That guy's face is very unfamiliar. He must be a foreign expert. It's too scary. As a level 3 destroyer, I don't even dare to move. This is a true expert. Hurry up and leave. I don't even dare to speak while looking at him." After those people left in a sorry state, Han Shor smiled and said to the young man in front of him, "Those guys who bullied you should be killed by you yourself. I will give you this opportunity, Dong." The young man immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Han Shor. He said in a deep voice, "Thank you, master." The young man wasn't stupid. The strength that Han Shor had suddenly revealed was terrifying beyond his imagination. In particular, when the young man discovered that the few people around him who were usually high and mighty were actually trembling in fear because of the strength that Han Shor had suddenly revealed, he no longer hesitated. He promptly kowtowed and acknowledged this unknown but evil master. "Get up. No matter what your previous name was, don't use it anymore. From today onwards, you will be called Sanguinar." Han Shor nodded with satisfaction. He pointed to the 3 women beside him and said, "Those 3 are your master's wives." Dong, dong, dong. Sanguinar kowtowed 3 more times before he stood up from his kneeling position. He respectfully greeted Jasper and the other 2 women, master's wives. Jasper, Hemana, and Sylph calmly acknowledged Sanguinar's address. Soon after, the 3 women exchanged glances and looked at Han Shor with puzzled expressions. They didn't understand why Han Shor would suddenly want to accept them as his disciples. "Sanguinar, do you have any relatives?" Han Shor knew nothing about this disciple of his. Now that Sanguinar had acknowledged him as his master, Han Shor should ask about Sanguinar's origins. Sanguinar's face was dejected and his eyes were red. He said in a low voice, "No. My mother has just passed away from illness. I haven't had the time to bury her." Raising his head to look at Han Shor, Sanguinar continued, "My father used to be a powerful warrior. It's just that he died in battle a long time ago. My father and my mother were of 2 different races. My body was born different from ordinary people and I couldn't cultivate in any elemental energy. For so many years, my mother and I depended on each other for survival. Our days were very bitter. Because I couldn't cultivate in any elemental energy, I was called trash and a bastard. I've long gotten used to being bullied and humiliated. Those fellows today, their families used to be my father's subordinates. Before my father died, each and every one of them deliberately fawned on me and never dared to speak ill of me. But after my father died, they became very mean. My mother also suffered some very terrible treatment. Even her death was because of those beasts." As he spoke, Sanguinar's eyes turned scarlet again. There seemed to be a ruthless and ferocious beast hidden in his body. Although this beast had a ferocious aura, it seemed to be tightly bound and couldn't display its ferocity to its heart's content. "Don't worry. You can obtain enough power from me. It won't be long before all those who have harmed you and your mother will suffer 100 times the price." Han Shor looked at his new disciple and promised, "Master, give me power. I want power. I want power that can kill all of them." Sanguinar looked deeply at Han Shor and said with extreme desire, "Calm your mind. Don't think about anything. Open your soul." Han Shor's voice was low. He suddenly stretched out his left hand and gently placed it on Sanguinar's forehead. He imprinted the most basic cultivation method of the blood mantra into Sanguinar's memory. Follow the most basic cultivation method of the blood mantra and cultivate it seriously. As long as you master all these basic cultivation methods, you can kill your enemies with your own hand. Han Shor withdrew his hand and said with a smile. With regards to this new disciple, Han Shor didn't know if he could truly trust him for the time being. In addition, he didn't want him to be greedy, so he didn't imprint all the cultivation methods of the blood mantra to him. Sanguinar's eyes shone with excitement. His body trembled as he suddenly knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. He said excitedly, "Master, this cultivation method seems to have been specially created for me. It's amazing." Han Shor nodded and smiled without saying a word. Chapter 551. Black Jade City, Talia District. In a dilapidated little stone house, there were only a few simple and crude pieces of furniture, a table, a chair, and a bed. Apart from that, there was only an iron pot. On that stone bed, a woman in coarse hemp clothes lay quietly. She had long since lost all signs of life. Sanguinar silently walked into the room and knelt down in front of his mother's stone bed. Without saying a word, he kowtowed a few times and stood up with a stupefied expression. He turned to look at Han Shoror and said, "Master, I want to bury my mother." Nodding his head, Han Shoror did not say anything else. He took out a few shiny black stone coins from his space ring and placed them on the cracked table in the middle of the room. Regardless of the material plane, burying a dead person required a large sum of money. Naturally, the Abyss realm was no exception. The reason why Sanguinar had left home was to earn some money to bury his mother. He did not expect to run into some old friends who were hostile towards him on the road and almost got beaten to death. If it hadn't been for Han Shoror, this impoverished youth likely wouldn't have been able to earn enough money to bury his mother by the time her corpse rotted away. Towards this newly acknowledged master, Sanguinar did not show too much hypocrisy. He looked at the huge amount of black stone coins that Han Shoror had placed on the stone table and said in a stupefied manner, "Thank you, master." In the Abyss realm, black stone coins were the most widely circulated gold coins. One black stone coin could be exchanged for 10 blue stone coins or 100 yellow stone coins. Under normal circumstances, a few blue stone coins would be enough to bury a dead person properly. The black stone coins that Han Shoror had placed on the table were definitely enough for Sanguinar to squander. "All right, you can finish your business first," Han Shoror nodded his head. He looked at Jasper and the other two ladies standing outside the door and indifferently retreated. As long as I have enough black stone coins, it won't take long," Sanguinar answered. He didn't bother to exchange pleasantries with Han Shoror and walked out of the room as well. He said to Han Shoror, "Master, and madams, please wait here. I'll be right back." "Go ahead," Han Shoror agreed. With the black stone coins in hand, Sanguinar quickly left. This youth had a kind of morbid obsession towards power. Ever since he'd obtained the basic training method for the Blood God mantra, he'd been painstakingly pondering over the training method. Han Shoror had long since noticed this from his furrowed brow expression and the abnormalities in his blood. "Han Shoror, this child has a very strong will." Jasper looked at Sanguinar's departing figure with a slight frown and asked, "But, can he really become a powerful expert as you have hoped?" "Yes, he said that he can't cultivate the 8 elemental energies and the 4 addictal forces. In the Abyss realm, those who can't cultivate these 12 energies are indeed, as he said, trash. Can such a person also possess such great power?" Sylph was also astonished. Having grown up in the Abyss realm, they obviously didn't think too highly of this young man. Han Shoror smiled mysteriously and glanced at the 3 ladies. "The 8 elemental energies and the 4 addictal forces aren't the cultivation path for everyone. Some people are gifted and destined to be different from ordinary people from the moment they were born. If this Sanguinar hadn't met me, perhaps he would have remained mediocre for the rest of his life. However, since he was fortunate enough to meet me, it's only a matter of course that he would rise above many experts in the future." Upon hearing Han Shoror's words, the 3 ladies were astonished and looked at each other. Jasper pursed her lips into a smile and said, "I believe you. Hehe, there are indeed many miraculous things about you. Perhaps Sanguis will only be able to make a name for himself after meeting you." Han Shoror was rather satisfied with this disciple of his. Since he had nothing else to do, he stayed here with the 3 ladies and watched Sanguinar busily making arrangements for his mother's funeral with his extravagant coins. Originally, Han Shoror, Jasper, and Sylph had planned to help Sanguinar bury his mother, but Sanguinar politely refused. He insisted on carrying out the funeral alone. From this point alone, it could be seen that this Sanguinar was indeed a filial son. The Abyss realm didn't have too many complicated rituals when it came to burying the dead. With the help of those black stone coins, it didn't even take half a day for Sanguinar to properly handle his mother's funeral. After everything was settled, Sanguinar, who had regained his composure and wept, returned to the small stone house. "Thank you, master." Sanguinar once again kowtowed to Han Shoror with great reverence and said with his head lowered, "Get up. There's no need to be so courteous in the future." Han Shoror replied indifferently. When Sanguinar stood up, Han Shoror's consciousness roamed over his body. He knitted his brows and said, "Regarding the cultivation of the Blood God mantra, If there's anything you don't understand, you must ask me. If you don't fully understand it, do not rashly cultivate it. The cultivation of demonic arts is very dangerous. A single misstep could lead to eternal damnation. I don't want to lose my disciple right after I took you in. This sanguinar had a tenacious temperament, but he was somewhat taciturn. After observing him for so long, Hanshoro discovered that although Sanguinar was quite persistent, he didn't seem to like asking for guidance from others. According to the blood god mantra brand that Hanshoro had left in his soul, Sanguinar would silently comprehend it by himself. He had even begun to cultivate some simple techniques. Sanguinar was different from Hanshoro. Back then, Hanshoro had Chu Kanglan's understanding of demonic arts in his mind, but what Hanshoro had imprinted in Sanguinar's mind was the cultivation method of the blood god mantra. Hanshoro had never cultivated the blood god mantra before, so he naturally couldn't impart the cultivation experience into Sanguinar's mind. Therefore, he was afraid that Sanguinar would cultivate in seclusion and fumble around alone, and problems would arise in his cultivation. After Hanshoro said this, Sanguinar revealed an embarrassed expression and said, "So that's how it is." "Yes, Master, there are indeed many things that I don't understand. This type of martial arts technique is completely different from the 12 powers that you know of. If you can cultivate it without any hindrance just by relying on that cultivation method, then that would be incredible. Tell me, if you have any questions, I will explain them to you in detail." Hanshoro smiled. Having cultivated the demonic arts to this level, coupled with the many memories from Chu Kanglan, even if Hanshoro did not cultivate the blood god mantra, he could still help him solve some of the problems in his cultivation. The blood god mantra was the same as the god-slaying devil path. They were just branches of the demonic arts and could not be considered authentic. However, the blood god mantra and the god-slaying devil path could be improved greatly in a short period of time, especially since Sanguinar had the body of a Sanguinar. This kind of improvement would naturally be even more rapid. However, even if Sanguinar cultivated the blood god mantra to the extreme and became the so-called blood demon, it would still be difficult for him to surpass the great way of the heavenly demon that Hanshoro cultivated in the future. With Hanshoro's reminder, Sanguinar no longer fumbled around alone. He sought answers from Hanshoro for some of the cultivation questions that he did not understand. Hanshoro now had the demeanor of a grandmaster. He easily answered all of Sanguinar's questions and quickly pointed out a clear path of cultivation for Sanguinar. Sanguinar was indeed the most suitable candidate to cultivate the blood god mantra. Under Hanshoro's guidance, after he understood the cultivation method, he was soon able to truly control the blood in his body and use the unique cultivation method of the blood god mantra to circulate the power in his body. Sanguinar had always desired to obtain power, but in fact, the power had always been in his body. His blood was his power. However, he did not have the method to use this power. He had the power in his body, but he could not release it. Now, according to the cultivation method of the blood god mantra, when he circulated the blood in his body became as red as blood. Looking at Sanguinar, who seemed to have sunk into a wonderful cultivation state, Hanshoro nodded to himself. He was very satisfied with his disciple's comprehension and hard work. Without disturbing Sanguinar, Hanshoro gestured to the three ladies and walked out of the small stone house. While chatting casually outside, he gave Jasper some pointers on the mistakes she had made in her cultivation of mental strength. With Hanshoro, a grandmaster expert, present, Hemana and Sylph also began to meditate on mental strength according to Jasper's method, attempting to comprehend the existence of this mysterious power of the brain. Sylph had already sensed the existence of mental strength one step ahead of the others, and Hemana was also on the verge of a breakthrough. "My lord, that enemy spy is inside. I'm sure of it." A familiar voice suddenly leapt into Hanshoro's ears. Not long after, the few youths who had previously been drenched in sweat in front of Hanshoro arrived before Hanshoro with a haughty expression, an expert with the strength of a level 1 demon. Before this demon, the youths were filled with fear and trepidation. It was obvious that they were relying on their master's power and intended to use this demon to deal with Hanshoro. They had just stood still when Sanguinar heard the commotion and walked out from inside. "My lord, it's them." Upon seeing Han Shoror, the youth was somewhat timid. However, when he recalled the background of the person beside him, his confidence soared as he pointed at Han Shoror and shouted. The other youths who had come with him also held their heads high and puffed out their chests. Having found a backer, each and every one of them pointed at Han Shoror and loudly berated him, as if they had forgotten their previous embarrassing situation. Han Shoror sneered disdainfully. He turned to look at Sanguinar and calmly instructed, "My disciple, use the power you have just comprehended and kill these clowns for me." "Yes, master." Sanguinar responded naturally. The corners of his mouth curled into a cruel and hideous smile. His pupils instantly turned scarlet as he walked step by step towards his enemies, who wore mocking expressions on their faces. Chapter 552. Stop! A cold shout burst out from that level 1 demon's mouth. He cast a sideways glance at Sanguinar before turning to Han Shoror and asking, "Who are you?" From the moment this level 1 demon appeared, Han Shoror understood his identity from his clothes and the symbol on his chest, a black jade guard. In Black Jade City, only a black jade guard would be so arrogant and cold. However, although this guy's rank in the Black Jade Guard wasn't high enough, it didn't prevent him from showing off in front of others. "You will know who I am. I advise you to not meddle in my business." Han Shoror ignored the cold shout of this Black Jade Guard and smiled calmly. He shot a glance at Sanguinar, who had abruptly stopped after being shouted at by this level 1 demon, and instructed in a deep voice, "Kill those clowns for me. You don't have to worry about anything else." It was obvious that Sanguinar also recognized this level 1 demon. In Black Jade City, the Black Jade Guards were equivalent to the left and right arms of Demon King Manticore. Their strength and authority would cause anyone to revere them, not to mention Sanguinar, who was at the bottom of society. That deep-rooted fear and cowardice had long seeped into the depths of Sanguinar's soul. As expected, it wasn't something that could be reversed in a short period of time. After Han Shoror's deep voice instructed, Sanguinar hesitantly looked at that Black Jade Guard whose face was filled with gloom and callousness, then turned to look at this mysterious master of his who had a leisurely aura. After secretly pondering for a moment, that stubborn streak of his flared up. Sanguinar's eyes suddenly hardened like steel. He no longer looked at that Black Jade Guard, lowered his head, and concentrated his venomous gaze on the leader of the group. Once again, he resolutely took one step at a time towards this young man who wore a mocking smile on his face as though he didn't care about Sanguinar at all. "You better not act rashly." When that level 1 demon saw that Sanguinar actually ignored his existence, he creased his brows. He was enraged by this piece of trash who didn't know what was good for him and who lived at the bottom of society. His killing intent was greatly aroused. Just as he was about to strike, a leisurely shout suddenly sounded in his ears. In the next moment, a bone-chilling, sinister feeling that caused his hair to stand on end rushed into his body like a tide. This level 1 demon's body suddenly stiffened, the wrinkles on his lightly creased even deeper. His cold and emotionless eyes suddenly became somewhat fearful as he solemnly looked at Han Shoror, who still had a smile, and gloomily said, "You are indeed an expert. However, you dare to offend us Black Jade Guards in Black Jade City. Do you really want to die?" The sinister energy that had locked onto this level 1 demon did not dissipate in the slightest. The gentle and calm smile on Han Shoror's lips slowly disappeared and was replaced by a somewhat sinister and mysterious sneer. He said, "You are just a little level 1 demon. You can't represent the entire Black Jade Guards. Hehe, I advise you not to act rashly. Otherwise, even if I kill you, your death will be in vain. The entire Black Jade Guards will not choose to make an enemy out of me because of a small character like you." As soon as these words were spoken, the level 1 demon's expression changed greatly. He seemed to have heard something else from Han Shoror's words. He shouted in a deep voice, "Who are you? You will find out soon enough. However, for now, it's best for you to be an honest bystander." Han Shoror glanced at this Black Jade Guard and coldly said these words. He then turned his attention to this new disciple of his. The few youths, who had spent a lot of effort to invite this level 1 demon to take revenge on Han Shoror, looked at the Black Jade Guard who had yet to make a move. They did not understand why the Black Jade Guards, who had always been domineering in Black Jade City, had suddenly become so timid. Ant-like existences like them obviously would not be able to sense the terrifying pressure that Han Shuo was exerting on this Black Jade guard. "Am I master?" The leader of the youths stammered, as if he wanted to say something. Coldly turning his head away, this level 1 demon used his actions to express his attitude. They were just a few low-level abyss guards with no future. They were far from worthy of a level 1 demon like him risking his life to protect them. Furthermore, that youth named Sanguinar might not necessarily have the strength to kill them. This level 1 demon could not sense the power of the 8 elements or the power of the 4 laws from Sanguinar's body. For a youth without the 12 fundamental forces to want to kill a few abyss guards with a little bit of strength, that was simply a fool's dream. This guy was also filled with curiosity, so he played the role of a bystander, intending to see how Sanguinar would make his move. "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. The matter between you and my disciple will be settled by you yourselves, I won't interfere. Even if you kill him." It was obvious that these youths were not afraid of Sanguinar, but of himself, who was behind Sanguinar. Han Shuo understood this point, and while they were trembling in fear and did not know what to do, he suddenly smiled and gave them a guarantee. Han Shuo was indeed very satisfied and fond of this new disciple of his. However, those who practiced demonic arts could only grow quickly in the midst of cruel battles. The more fond Han Shuo was of this disciple, the more he would not spoil him and ruin him. A man naturally had to face all kinds of dangers alone. Sanguinar was Han Shuo's disciple, and if he wanted to stand above all the experts, he had to kill his way out. This was something that Han Shuo could not change. "Really, you really won't do anything?" That youth was like a drowning person who grabbed onto a floating plank, and asked Han Shuo happily. Nodding his head, Han Shuo said with certainty, "I won't. If you can kill him, I will turn around and leave, and won't meddle in his business." "Good." The youth was overjoyed, and waved his hand, stopping his companions behind him from getting restless, and said heroically, "I don't need your help, I will kill this bastard myself. Kaluya, I hate people who call me bastard the most. From today onwards, anyone who dares to call me bastard, I will kill them one by one. And you will be the first." Sanguinar's eyes were as red as blood, and a faint smell of blood seeped out from his body. He clenched his teeth and finished his sentence. Sanguinar fiercely stomped his feet, and like a ferocious leopard that had escaped from its cage, he rushed out. 2 deep footprints appeared on the ground where Sanguinar had just stomped his feet. A bloody figure pierced straight towards Kaluya. His 2 hands were like sharp weapons, and in the blink of an eye, he had already reached Kaluya's chest. The smell of blood on his body suddenly became incomparably thick. In his haste, Kaluya could only block his chest with his 2 arms. Bang! A powerful force suddenly struck his body, and with a creak sound, an enormous pain instantly spread from his 2 arms. Kaluya's body was thrown high into the air, as if he had been rammed by a ferocious magical beast. With a plop sound, he fell to the ground. His body curled up, spasming uncontrollably, and blood flowed out from his mouth. When Sanguinar stomped his feet, the rank 1 demon's pupils had already shrunk, and his mouth was wide open. He stared at Sanguinar in disbelief, and was startled by Sanguinar's sudden burst of power. That mysterious power didn't belong to any of the 12 major branches, but it possessed an extremely evil and frightening force of impact. This was something that the rank 1 demon could clearly feel. When Sanguinar's 2 hands fiercely struck Kaluya's 2 arms, he discovered that the blood in Sanguinar's body seemed to have suddenly boiled up, and gathered in his palms at a high speed. Sanguinar's originally white palms suddenly turned blood-red, as if they were dyed with blood. The lines on his palms were like lines of blood, appearing extremely strange and frightening. What kind of martial skill is this? The rank 1 demon's heart was filled with questions. His eyes were filled with astonishment as he stared fixedly at Sanguinar. How is this possible? After spitting out another mouthful of blood, Kaluya fell to the ground, his whole body twitching. He looked at Sanguinar in disbelief, and his face was filled with fear. "Actually, there has always been power in your body, but you didn't know how to use it." Sanguinar suddenly recalled Han Shuo's words, and couldn't help but gratefully turn around to look at the smiling Han Shoror. Smiling at Sanguinar, Han Shoror said indifferently, "A real man should kill, even more so as my disciple. As long as there is hatred in your heart, release that hatred, and release it in the way that you are most willing to release it. You don't need to care about how others look at you. Even if they think you are a homicidal maniac, so what?" Before Sanguinar's mother died of illness, she was still somewhat beautiful. In front of him were several youths whose elders had wantonly violated Sanguinar's mother. These youths had also added fuel to the fire, and had even personally violated Sanguinar's mother. This kind of hatred had always been buried deep in Sanguinar's heart. The reason why he thirsted for power was also for revenge. After obtaining the answer from Han Shoror, Sanguinar closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, his scarlet eyes were filled with cruel killing intent. With a sinister laugh, he suddenly flew in front of Kaluuya, who was still struggling in pain. He laughed maniacally as he pressed on Kaluuya's body, and used his sharp nails to tear Kaluuya's body apart bit by bit. In the midst of a scalp-numbing cry, Kaluuya, who had always cursed Sanguinar as a bastard, was slowly tortured to death by Sanguinar in an extremely bloody and cruel manner. "And you guys?" Getting up, Sanguinar looked at the other youths, who were trembling in fear and didn't know what to say, and laughed maniacally. "I beg you, please spare us." The youths were scared witless by Sanguinar's madness, and could only mechanically repeat these words. "I have said these words many times before. But have you ever spared me?" Sanguinar laughed maniacally. Like a savage beast, he pounced on the youths who were trying to escape, and used the power he had just obtained to decisively kill them one by one. Chapter 553. The uneventful massacre soon ended. None of the 6 youths, including Kaluuya, managed to escape from Sanguinar's grasp. All of them were cruelly killed by him, and their deaths were extremely gruesome. Things like this were commonplace in the Abyss realm. Even Jasper, Hermanna, and the other 2 ladies did not show the slightest bit of sympathy. Especially after the 3 ladies learned of what happened to Sanguinar's mother, they did not feel that there was anything wrong with Sanguinar's way of doing things. Very quickly, after the massacre, Sanguinar's blood-red skin returned to normal. The pungent smell of blood also disappeared without a trace. Panting heavily, Sanguinar looked at the tragic scene he had created. He lowered his head and wept softly. Compared to the terrifying scene just now, Sanguinar appeared weak and helpless at this moment. As his master, Han Shoror leaped up and stood behind Sanguinar. He reached out his hand and gently patted Sanguinar's shoulder. In a soft voice, he said, "A debt of blood must be paid with blood. You did nothing wrong. This is your first time killing someone, so you may have lost control of your emotions. However, I believe that you will be like me in the future. You will gradually become numb to it, and your emotions will no longer be affected by killing someone. Master, I did not lose control of my emotions because of them. I was crying for my mother. I believe that if my mother knew that I had avenged her, she would be gratified." Sanguinar raised his head and looked at Han Shoror with tearful eyes. He revealed an embarrassed smile and explained. Han Shoror was stunned. Soon after, he nodded and smiled. "Not bad, my good disciple. Your master was right about you." Sanguinar's eyes gradually became resolute. Under Han Shoror's gaze, he said in a low voice, "Kaluuya and the others' fathers are even more hateful. I will not let a single one of them off. Don't worry. Very soon, none of them will be able to escape from the palm of your hand." Han Shoror understood that compared to Kaluuya, those adults had caused more pain to his family, especially when they were his father's subordinates. This was something that Sanguinar could not forget. Ahem. The level 1 demon that had been watching coldly from the sidelines suddenly coughed. When Han Shoror looked at him with an inquiring expression, he frowned and said, "Although Black Jade City doesn't prohibit fighting, this child's actions have indeed exceeded the scope of some rules. As his master, you should be thinking about his future instead of continuing to encourage him to continue making mistakes." "Oh." Han Shoror shot a glance at the level 1 demon with a smile that was not a smile, and ridiculed, "Since when did the Black Demon Guards start to think for others?" "He, as far as I know, the Black Demon Guards don't have such leisure time. do they? Somewhat embarrassed, the level 1 demon looked at Sanguinar and argued, "That's because I think this child has potential. That's why I'm thinking about him. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about my disciple." Han-Shoror stared at the level 1 demon and said resolutely, "No matter what trouble he causes, I will take responsibility for it. You don't have to worry about it." "Thank you, Master." Sanguinar was greatly reassured. He was subdued by the domineering attitude of this mysterious master. He had lived in Black Jade City for many years, but had never seen anyone who dared to speak to a black demon guard in such a domineering manner. The black demon guard coldly snorted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. With a stiff expression, he said, "Anyone can talk big. Although you are very strong, you are not someone who can cover the sky with your strength alone. I don't believe that you can do whatever you want in Black Jade City." "He can do it." An affirmative shout suddenly rang out. When the words were spoken, Bord and Xenia had already appeared in front of Han-Shoror. "Lord Bord, Lord Xenia, why have you come?" The level 1 demon was startled and hastily bowed respectfully towards the two. "Of course it's not for you," Bord said disdainfully. Soon after, he went before Han-Shoror and sincerely said, "Mr. Han-Shoror, Lord Manticore has officially invited you to come with us to the Demon King's palace." When that level 1 demon saw his superior, who was usually aloof and remote, so respectfully invite Han-Shoror, and in the name of that character, he was immediately dumbstruck. He blankly looked at Han-Shoror and his mind suddenly went blank. Sanguinar too had a face full of astonishment. He stared blankly at this mysterious master who descended from the sky. When he heard the invitation of that unreachable character, his heart thumped wildly. He felt that his master at this moment had suddenly become incomparably lofty. So lofty that he felt as though this master of his was a beautiful dream gifted to him by the heavens. It gave him a feeling of dizziness and shock. Under the incredulous gazes of that level 1 demon and Sanguinar, Han-Shoror faintly nodded and said with a faint smile, "There's no hurry. I have just accepted a new disciple. There are some matters that need to be handled quickly. I will go see Lord Manticore after I finish my disciple's matters." That level 1 demon and Sanguinar, who were staring blankly at Han-Shoror, were greatly alarmed when they heard those words from Han-Shoror. In their hearts, Manticore was an unreachable existence, and also the lord of their faith. In their hearts, no one would dare disobey Manticore's orders. Therefore, when Han-Shoror said there's no hurry, they were naturally greatly alarmed. Manticore held absolute authority in their hearts. His callousness and cruelty had long been deeply ingrained in their hearts. All kinds of legends about Manticore had spread widely. However, they had never heard of anyone who dared to disobey Manticore's will and still live. Therefore, at this moment, the two citizens of Black Jade City who were well aware of Manticore's fissomeness were greatly alarmed. The next moment, the two suddenly felt as though their hearts had stopped beating, because Bord smilingly said, "It's all right. His lordship has said that if Mr. Han-Shoror wishes to stay in Black Jade City for a little longer, the two of us will accompany him. His lordship can wait for Mr. Han-Shoror." Who was Manticore? One of the 5 great demon kings of the Abyss realm, the fully deserving hegemon of Black Jade City. A character who could kill every citizen of Black Jade City with a single thought. A character who wielded great power in the Abyss realm. Only others would wait for him, but when had he ever waited for others? At first, that level 1 demon painfully thought that Lord Bord must be lying, that this superior of his had betrayed his faith. However, after thinking about it carefully, he immediately understood that this was absolutely impossible. Given the loyalty of the Black Jade Guards to Lord Manticore, it was absolutely impossible for them to betray their master. Then, this level 1 demon was thoroughly stupefied by this fact. Looking at that calm and smiling face of Han-Shoror, he thought in astonishment, "Who the hell is this guy? Why would Demon King Manticore be willing to delay for him?" While thinking about this level 1 demon inwardly rejoiced. He rejoiced that he was wise enough not to recklessly attack Han-Shoror. Unbeknownst to him, cold sweat had already soaked his lapel and dampened his back. Sanguinar, on the other hand, was brimming with extreme happiness, because his master had actually suspended Demon King Manticore's invitation for his sake. What a great favor this was. Sanguinar felt as though he was in a dream, as though he was in a fantasy. That's fine too. With the two of you here, I can save myself a lot of trouble. Hanshaw put on a faint smile. Soon after, he looked at that level 1 demon and said, "Tell me, can I assume that my disciple will bear all the risks?" With a thud, that level 1 demon kneeled on one knee and said in a trembling voice, "I'm sorry, Mr. Hanshaw. This lowly one didn't know your identity. If I have offended you before, please forgive me." Oh! Bord's face turned cold. He glanced at Hanshaw and said, "This impudent fella, did he do something to displease you? Do you want me to properly teach him a lesson?" Waving his hand, Hanshaw smiled faintly and said, "Not at all. He's a very sensible fellow. He didn't offend him, so there's no need to make things difficult for him." "Then forget it, get lost. We don't need you here anymore," Bord lightly groaned and impatiently urged Hanshaw. "Thank you, Mr. Hanshaw. Thank you, Lord Bord. I'll take my leave, I'll take my leave." This level 1 demon didn't dare to say another word. He bowed and quickly disappeared in front of Hanshaw and the others. "Sanguinar, let's go. I want to see you resolve everything. This kind of hatred can't be delayed even for a moment." Hanshaw smiled and looked at his disciple. "Thank you, Master. Sanguinar will remember your great kindness and never forget it," Sanguinar said solemnly. His eyes were red, the kind of red that comes from being touched. All right. Only by releasing all the grudges in your heart can you focus on your cultivation without distractions. Let's go," Hanshaw urged. He looked down at the corpses beside him and frowned. He asked Bord, "These corpses, do you think my subordinates will take care of such a small matter?" "Let's go." Bord smiled and raised his head to let out a soft whistle. After 3 breaths, a few gloomy guards dressed in black suddenly appeared in front of Bord. "Clean up these people," Bord ordered. "Yes, Lord," the leader replied in a low voice. "Let's go." Hanshaw glanced at Sanguinar and took the lead to leave. Sanguinar looked back at the house he had lived in for many years with nostalgia. He secretly clenched his fists and turned his head away. He only followed behind Hanshaw with a resolute expression. Chapter 554. With Bord and Xenia, the 2 tyrannical Black Jade City Black Jade guards around, Hanshaw and Sanguinar arrived at the first towering building without any obstruction. "This is Kulia's family. His father was once my father's subordinate," Sanguinar took a deep breath and said in a deep voice when they arrived at Kulia's doorstep. Hanshaw extended his consciousness and took in all the auras of the people inside. He nodded and said to Sanguinar, "I won't go in. As long as you use the power in your body, none of those people will be able to escape from your grasp. Master will be watching from outside. If anyone escapes, I'll help you take care of them." "All right." Sanguinar did not waste any time. As soon as Hanshaw finished speaking, he seemed to recall the hatred that this family had inflicted on him and his son. His eyes turned scarlet as he charged in with a murderous look in his eyes. Sanguinar's unique body allowed his blood to contain a considerable amount of power. Once he understood the basic cultivation method of the blood god mantra, once Sanguinar released the power of his blood, his strength could not be underestimated. With such a good foundation, as long as he diligently studied the blood god mantra, the power of his blood would become stronger and stronger. Sooner or later, he would reach the heights that Hanshaw hoped for. "Dong Bala, you old fart, come out." A murderous roar suddenly came from Sanguinar's mouth, followed by a series of clanking sounds. "Hey, it's you, you little bastard. Are you crazy? How dare you come to my house to die?" A woman's angry voice came from inside the house. "Ha, I'm crazy. Your son Kulia is dead. Now it's your turn." Sanguinar laughed maniacally, followed by a series of crackling sounds. A shrill scream suddenly came from the woman's mouth. The news of Kulia's death had driven this woman completely insane. She recklessly charged at Sanguinar. Sanguinar, who had already made up his mind to bathe this place in blood, did not hesitate at all. After reporting the news of Kulia's death, he immediately began the massacre. One scream after another came from inside the house. Han Shoror wore a faint smile on his face as he listened to the commotion inside. He said to Jasper beside him, "This kid is courageous in killing. In time to come, he will definitely be a good helper for me." "Mr. Han Shoror, what martial technique does he cultivate? Why does his body reek of blood?" Bord and Xenia had long sensed something unusual from Sanguinar, and could not help but ask. "Hehe, in any case, it's not the 12 fundamental forces that you know of. The martial technique that I teach is different from what you practice," Han Shoror replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing these words, Bord and Xenia, the 2 black jade guards, immediately put on a solemn expression. Xenia inquired, "Mr. Han Shoror, since you come from another material plane, it's only natural that you would have some unusual martial techniques. What do you think about the martial techniques that we practice? Is there anything that we should improve on?" Han Shoror was taken aback. He looked at Bord and Xenia in astonishment, only to see the solemn and humble expressions on their faces. After thinking for a moment, Han Shoror smiled and said, "The 12 fundamental forces that you practice actually have their own unique aspects. I've actually dabbled in this aspect as well. As long as you put more effort into the cultivation of the soul, you will find that you will have a deeper understanding and grasp of the elemental energy." Upon hearing Han Shoror's words, Bord and Xenia put on respectful expressions and very sincerely replied, "Mr. Han Shoror, please give us some pointers." Both of them were base gods. However, the fusion of their souls and elemental energy was all thanks to Demon King Manticore's assistance. Without attentively comprehending the energy on their own, they would indeed be far from being able to utilize it as compared to those who became divinities on their own. Both of them understood that Han Shoror's strength was a notch above theirs. Therefore, they humbly asked Han Shoror for pointers. Han Shoror, who was proficient in the energy of necromancy, destruction, and demonic arts, had a very deep understanding of the cultivation of the soul and elemental energy back on Profound Continent. Therefore, he had a lot to teach these 2 black jade guards. However, Han Shoror naturally wouldn't share some of his precious insights with them. Instead, he gave them some ambiguous explanations regarding his understanding of the soul. As base gods, the 2 were of rather high realms. Therefore, although Han Shoror's explanations were ambiguous, they were still deeply enlightened. They put on pensive expressions as they pondered over Han Shoror's words for a while. They seemed to vaguely understand something. After a long while, they joyfully expressed their gratitude. "Many thanks, Mr. Han Shoror. Mr. Han Shoror is indeed a true expert." Han Shoror shook his head smilingly without saying a word. He thought to himself, "These fellas of the Abyss realm have an unimaginable obsession in the pursuit of strength. If they were to go to Profound Continent and comprehend something from the martial techniques and cultivation methods on Profound Continent, they would surely become even more terrifying in the future." While Han Shoror was thinking about this, miserable howls continuously sounded in his ears. When Han Shoror focused his attention, he discovered that the battle was coming to an end. Sure enough, not long after, a blooded Sanguinar gradually walked out of the room as the sounds in the room died down. The dark red blood obviously didn't come from Sanguinar. It was just that when the blood splattered on Sanguinar's skin, there seemed to be faint specks of light that were absorbed by Sanguinar's skin, causing the stench of blood on Sanguinar's body to grow thicker and thicker. Those who cultivated in the Blood God mantra could obtain energy from the blood of living beings. The more powerful the owner of the blood, the more energy would be contained in their blood. Naturally, Sanguinar, with his extraordinary talent, would be able to obtain more energy from the blood. Just by watching the blood on Sanguinar's body gradually fade until it completely disappeared, Han Shoror knew that Sanguinar had grasped the key to the art. He was very pleased with Sanguinar's perception. Silently walking up to Han Shoror, Sanguinar's expression returned to normal. As expected, he didn't have the excitement of killing for the first time. He took a light breath to calm himself down and said calmly, "A total of 12 people. I've killed all of them." Nodding, Han Shoror smiled and said, "Very well, let's go to the next one." It didn't take long for a total of 7 enemies who had a deep grudge against Sanguinar to be personally annihilated by Sanguinar, who had endured for many years, under the instigation of his master, Han Shoro. Along the way, Sanguinar had become somewhat numb from the killings. Towards the end, the thick stench of blood on his body could be smelled even from dozens of meters away. Just as Han Shoro had said, the more one killed, the less one's emotions would be affected by it. When the last victim was brutally torn apart by Sanguinar, the blood splashed all over him. Drenched in blood, Sanguinar seemed to have been reborn. There was no longer a shred of weakness in his eyes, only the calmness and indifference of a mad demon towards death. After this battle, Han Shoro believed that after Sanguinar had released the hatred in his heart, he would no longer be afraid of anything. Without the heart-devouring evil seed, the resolute Sanguinar's cultivation of the blood mantra would definitely be much faster. After settling Sanguinar's matter, Han Shoro did not linger. Together with Bord and Xenia, who had been waiting for a long time, they headed towards the Demon King's palace, which was the pinnacle of power in Black Jade City. "Mr. Han Shoro, allow me to go and inform them again," Bord said apologetically when they arrived in front of the Demon King's palace, which was as tall as a small mountain. "No problem," Han Shoro replied smilingly. After Bord bowed and left, Xenia, who had stayed behind to accompany Han Shoro and the others, looked up at the towering, magnificent building, and explained, "The Demon King's palace is the place where Lord Manticore cultivates. It is also the political and religious center of our Black Jade City. His lordship has always been cultivating inside. He rarely leaves the Demon King's palace unless there are special circumstances." Han Shoro raised his head to look at the towering Demon King's palace. Sensing the aura of darkness that lingered on the peak of the Demon King's palace, Han Shoro understood that the person who lived inside must be an extraordinary character. At the very least, Manticore had the strength of a low god. Only a low god would need the power of faith. He would obtain strands of the power of faith through the offerings of all the people under his jurisdiction, providing his divine energy with the power to accumulate more divine energy, allowing his unique domain of divinity to possess even more impressive power. When he thought of the domain of divinity, Han Shoro forced a smile. Although his avatar on the Demon Slayer Edge had cultivated to the low god realm of destruction, perhaps because it was a half-baked change in cultivation and didn't understand the usage of the Edict of Destruction, although the Demon Slayer Edge had divine energy circulating within it, his avatar had yet to comprehend the domain of divinity. From this aspect, although his avatar had cultivated to the low god realm of destruction, it was still imperfect for various reasons. "It seems that I need to spend some time for my avatar to properly comprehend the mysteries of the Edict of Destruction," Han Shoro thought to himself. Beside Han Shoro, Jasper, Edith, and Sanguinar, his new disciple, were looking up at the Demon King's palace that pierced the blue dome of heaven with obvious restraint and reverence on their faces. Having grown up in the area under Manticore's jurisdiction, they had regarded Manticore as the only god and faith in their hearts since birth. Now that they were standing in front of the Demon King's palace, that deep-rooted influence was even more intense. After a while, Bord came over with a smile on his face. He bowed and said, "Mr. Han Shoro, please follow me. Jasper, Edith, and your disciple, Xenia will take them to rest for the time being. There are some bizarre energies on top of the Demon King's palace. It would not be beneficial for them to recklessly go up there without sufficient strength." Han Shoro nodded, put on a faint smile, and said to Jasper, "You all follow Xenia and don't wander off." He's right, the Demon King's palace is indeed not a place that just anyone can barge into. Upon finishing those words, Han Shoro followed behind Bord and headed to the top of the Demon King's palace to meet one of the 5 Demon Kings of the Abyss Realm. Chapter 555. When Han Shoro ascended to more than 800 meters, he felt as though he had suddenly fallen into a new dimension. The element of darkness around him was extremely dense. Apart from that, there were no other elements present. In that new dimension, the pure element of darkness had the power to distort everything. Even the 4 edictal forces were affected. The domain of divinity. This was the effect of the domain of divinity. Only low gods could master the domain of divinity. For example, the domain of divinity that Demon King Manticore had spread out contained only the pure element of darkness. In his domain of divinity, An expert who relied on the elemental energy to exist would be no different from a tiger without its claws and fangs. They would pose no threat at all. Only a god who truly possessed divine energy could not completely rely on the elemental energy due to the production of divine energy within their body. However, even a god who possessed divine energy would be at a great disadvantage when fighting an enemy in another's domain of divinity without the elemental energy to utilize. When two experts who also possessed a domain of divinity were engaged in battle, they would release their domain of divinity and form an elemental space around them that was advantageous to them. Once they were in close combat, the two domains of divinity would collide and frantically gather the elemental energy cultivated by each other. The more powerful one's domain of divinity was, the denser the element they could obtain. In a battle between two gods, divine energy, domain of divinity, understanding and utilization of the edict of energy, and the strength of one's divine body all played a crucial role. The recovery of divine energy generally required the use of elements. Therefore, the one with a stronger domain of divinity could form more elements within the domain of divinity and recover their body through more elements during the battle. Moreover, they would have the geographical advantage. Therefore, the existence of a domain of divinity was extremely useful to a god. It could allow that god to gain the upper hand in a battle. Of course, the domain of divinity wasn't the key to deciding the outcome of a battle between gods. The utilization and understanding of the edict of energy, as well as the strength of one's divine energy and divine body were also very important. However, if both sides were on par in other aspects, the one with a stronger domain of divinity would naturally have a higher chance of winning. Apart from that, the existence of a domain of divinity could also have a shocking effect on believers. Even if a base god entered a low god's domain of divinity, without truly forming divine energy, he would immediately sense the disappearance of the surrounding elements. With that, he would have no elements to utilize, and his body would not have the foundation of divine energy that could be used for battle. He could only wait to be slaughtered. As soon as he fell into the domain of divinity released by Demon King Manticore, Han-Shoror discovered that Bord was immediately drenched in sweat. He had an unconceivable feeling of fear. As soon as he fell into the domain of divinity released by Demon King Manticore, Bord, he, and the domain of Mond, Bord, and had as he could. Bord he as he could. Demon. From domain. From the feeling the as the power from, the feeling, the power, the feeling, one from as, if, one, to the power, one from God, one. Every time Bord arrived at the summit of the Demon King's palace and faced Demon King Manticore, he would be reduced to his original form, a defenseless commoner. So long as Manticore moved a finger, Bord would be done for in his domain of divinity. Compared to Bord, who was drenched in sweat and trembling with fear, Han-Shoror appeared much more unruffled. Han-Shoror, whose main body cultivated in demonic arts, derived his energy from the demonic infant in his body. This domain of divinity didn't have much of an effect on Han-Shoror, who cultivated in demonic arts. As long as Han-Shoror willed it, he could leave this domain of divinity in an instant. Naturally, there were some effects. His two avatars that cultivated in the 12 fundamental energies were more or less affected by this domain of divinity. His avatar that cultivated in the elemental energy of death was the most affected. Without the element of death in this domain of divinity, this avatar would become as mediocre as Bord. As for his avatar that cultivated in the edict of destruction, due to the special nature of its formation, the effects it received were also very limited. Although the edict of destruction was somewhat distorted in this domain of divinity, as Han-Shoror's avatar did not delve too deeply into the edict of destruction to begin with, and his avatar's body was formed from the energy of the Demon Slayer Edge, the effects were minimal. Although Han-Shoror appeared to be in a very passive position after entering Manticore's domain of divinity, that wasn't actually the case. As long as Han-Shoror willed it, he could use demonic arts to immediately leave this domain of divinity at high speed. Once he left this domain of divinity, Han-Shoror's two avatars would no longer be affected in the slightest. If they attacked from a distance, the power of the three souls combined into one would be absolutely terrifying. The domain of divinity wasn't the deciding factor in a battle. Depending on the level and strength of a god, the power and range of the domain of divinity would be different. This domain of divinity of Manticore only covered an area of a few dozen meters. Based on the standards Han Shuro knew, he guessed that Manticore was no more than a low god. A low god's domain of divinity could only cover an area of a few dozen meters. A mid-god's domain of divinity could cover an area of roughly a few hundred meters. A high god's domain of divinity was even higher. It was said that an over-god's domain of divinity could cover every nook and cranny of a material plane. Mr. Han Shuro is indeed a miraculous person. Please come up alone, a gentle voice suddenly sounded from the peak of the Demon King's palace. Bord, who had been trembling in fear all this time, suddenly let out a light sigh of relief. He respectfully said, "Then this subordinate shall take his leave." "All right, you may go. Treat Mr. Han Shuro friends well. Don't neglect them." Manticore's gentle voice sounded once again. "Your subordinate obeys," Bord replied. Soon after, he put on a fawning smile at Han Shuro and quickly withdrew from the area covered by the domain of divinity while cowering. In Manticore's domain of divinity, Bord was like a baby without any energy that he was familiar with. This feeling made him feel uneasy every second. Therefore, as soon as Manticore finished those words, he immediately withdrew from the domain of divinity as though he had been granted amnesty. After Bord left, Han Shuro put on a faint smile and calmly walked along the black stone steps towards the peak of the Demon King's palace. It was a spacious stone chamber that was completely empty. There was only an ordinary-looking middle-aged man with inch-long hair and a gentle face sitting cross-legged at the center of the chamber. That middle-aged man was wearing a gentle and harmless smile as he curiously sized up Han Shuro, who just walked in. Han Shuro sized up his surroundings in a strange manner, then turned to look at Great Demon King Manticore, who was sitting cross-legged in front of him. He smilingly said, "This place of yours is rather simple and crude. Those who come here do not have the qualifications to sit down. Besides, I have been sitting here and cultivating all year round. What's the use of installing some worldly possessions?" Manticore was much easier to talk to than Han Shuro had imagined. He had a gentle smile on his face all the time, making him look like an amiable elder. However, Han Shuro understood that this was just the surface. Every one of the 5 great demon kings of the Abyss Realm was a tyrant whose hands were stained with blood. In the cruel and competitive Abyss Realm, a demon king with such a gentle side would absolutely not be able to gain the trust of ruthless Black Jade guards like Bord and Xenia. Moreover, Han Shuro could sense that concealed fierceness from Manticore. "That's true," Han Shuro thought for a moment and replied with a faint smile. Han Shuro wasn't a benevolent fellow either. Even though his hands were stained with blood, he wasn't the slightest bit reserved when facing this Manticore. "I can sense many wonderful things from your body. If my guess is correct, apart from cultivating in energies that I'm not clear about, you have also cultivated in the energy of death and the energy of destruction. I can sense the aura of these 2 energies from your body. This is truly bizarre. I didn't expect that someone could cultivate in 2 energies at the same time. This is truly inconceivable," Manticore exclaimed in admiration as he looked at Han Shuro with narrowed eyes. Of the 8 elemental energies and 4 edictal forces, nearly every character who could stand at the pinnacle of strength would only focus on one type of energy and be engrossed in it. This material plane was incomparably vast. There were also some characters who could separate their souls and use other substances to form a physical body to cultivate in another energy. However, the souls of such characters were not as independent as the avatars formed by demonic arts. They had too many fatal drawbacks. In the end, due to the lack of energy and distractions, they would not be able to cultivate at the same time. Instead, they would achieve nothing and would never be able to climb to the pinnacle of strength. Therefore, although there were many geniuses on every material plane, almost all of them, without exception, specialized in one type of energy. People like Han Shuro, who cultivated in 3 different energies, and one of them was a mysterious and unfathomable demonic art, were truly rare. Of course, the 2 avatars created by the unfathomable demonic arts were very miraculous. The demonic arts allowed Han Shuro's cultivation to exceed the limits of the 12 fundamental energies, breaking the conventional understanding. Han Shuo's 3 souls shared all of their memories, yet still maintained the integrity of each individual. From this aspect, although Han Shuo was a single person, he had the energy and memories of 3 people. There was no such thing as not being able to take care of both at the same time. This was because, with 3 bodies and 3 souls, each of them specialized in one type of energy. When Manticore saw that Han Shuo was silent and pondering, he waited for a while. When Han Shuo's gaze landed on him, he put on a faint smile and said, "I know you want to leave the Abyss Realm. However, the interplanar transportation matrix of the Abyss Realm is inside the Void, and the Void is the most frightening and mysterious place in our material plane. Even we, the 5 demon kings, have to open it before we dare to enter it with reverence. Are you sure you want to go to the Void?" When martial arts and magic were annihilated in the previous era, human history entered the era of tattooed spirits. A soul from the Kingdom of China transmigrated to become the son of a nouveau riche. How did the Golden Bell Canopy, Dragon Claw, Overlord Elbow, Wood Burning Blade, and Mad Demon Cudgel shine so brilliantly in this world of tattooed spirits? This book was depressing, hot-blooded, obscene, and promiscuous. Those who are interested can take a look. The author is an experienced author, and the quality is guaranteed. Chapter 556. The Abyss. What kind of place is that? Han Shuo was extremely flabbergasted. A place that even the 5 great demon kings would enter with reverence. What kind of terrifying dangers and evils did it contain? The Abyss is the foundation of our realm. There is chaotic energy wreaking havoc in there. It naturally forms all kinds of offensive boundaries and peculiar scenes. It is extremely terrifying. When Manticore mentioned the Abyss, his face turned grave. He seemed to have some apprehensions about that place. Whether the Abyss was terrifying or not, Han Shuo didn't care. He had no desire to explore its depths. All he wanted was to leave the Abyss realm. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo took out the bone tablet he obtained from War Demon Valley's warehouse from his space ring, waved it in his hand, and asked Manticore, "Crozius said that he got this bone tablet from you. Can you tell me where you got this bone tablet from?" A bone tablet that had not lost its imprint was the key to opening the Cemetery of Death. Since the bone tablet appeared in this place, the Cemetery of Death should also exist. As long as he could learn the origin of the bone tablet from Manticore and find the location of another Cemetery of Death, Han Shuo could use the planar coordinates to directly descend upon the transportation matrix at the center of the Cemetery of Death on Profound Continent. He wouldn't need to use the transportation matrix in this world at all. "Oh, it's this thing." Manticore put on a faint smile, looked deeply into Han Shuo's eyes, and said, "That little tablet is exactly what I got from the Abyss. Even this magic ring of mine came from the Abyss. Hihi, to be honest, it is only in that place that there would be some peculiar objects that are not found in the Abyss realm." Upon hearing those words, Han Shuo was stunned. He stared at Manticore with sparkling eyes, thinking that Manticore wouldn't deliberately lie to deceive him, would he? From Manticore's tone, Han Shuo discovered that he seemed to want him to explore the Void. However, it was obvious that Han Shuo wasn't particularly interested. Manticore must have noticed this as well. Could it be that Han Shuo was deliberately lying because of this? After scrutinizing Manticore for a good while, Han Shuo discovered that Manticore's expression was calm and collected. He couldn't make out any clues from Manticore's face. Han Shuo couldn't help but ask in puzzlement, could it be that the Void is a hub that connects to another material plane? Otherwise, how could there be so many peculiar things here? Manticore forced a smile, shook his head, and asked, "Just how was the Void formed? Is it a hub that connects to another plane?" "I don't know. I only know that the Abyss is the most mysterious place in our world. Legend has it that the interplanar teleportation matrix is in the center of the Abyss. I've been to the Abyss twice and found some very mysterious things there. According to my speculation, the Abyss is more like a battlefield because I've found divine artifacts, divine crystals, and divine souls that have lost their consciousness and only have pure memories left. A divine artifact. Divine crystals. Divine souls. Han Shoror was taken aback and shrieked, "How is that possible?" A divine artifact was a weapon forged by a god that could be infused with divine energy. Divine artifacts forged by gods of different levels would be different. High-grade divine artifacts could unleash the full divine energy of their masters, and even possess the wonderful effect of amplifying their divine energy. Divine crystals were also extremely miraculous objects. They were a kind of bizarre substance that no one knew how they were formed. Although the divine crystals of the 12 fundamental energies were different, gods of the same fundamental energy could absorb the energy contained in the divine crystals of the same fundamental energy to enhance their own divine energy. Therefore, divine crystals were extremely precious. The preciousness of divine crystals was widespread in any material plane where gods existed. They were so rare and precious that no one dared to have high hopes for them. Han Shoror never thought that divine crystals would actually exist in the void. A divine soul with no consciousness and only pure memories was left. This was a divine soul that had died in an abnormal manner. In a mystical state, the divine soul temporarily did not dissipate from the world. It became non-invasive, and the only thing left behind was pure memories of elemental power and usage of the laws of chaos. This memory contained all the elemental energies and edictal energies that its master had comprehended when he was alive. However, it was a miraculous object without any consciousness. Most importantly, this memory could be digested by the soul. Compared to divine artifacts and divine crystals, this divine soul that had no consciousness was even rarer and more precious. This was because the most important factor in determining a god's strength was their level. Just think about it. If a low god obtained the memory of a mid-god of the same fundamental energy and obtained a higher level of comprehension of cultivation, how many detours would he have to take? Every god had a divine soul. However, a divine soul that had no consciousness and was only left with the purest elemental energies and edictal energies was not something that could be formed by humans. According to legends, only the souls of gods that died for all sorts of unnatural reasons in a very wonderful and chaotic space would have a very low probability of forming a divine soul that only contained pure memories. Divine weapons, divine crystals, and divine souls. Each of these three treasures was more precious than the other. When Han Shoror heard Manticore say that the void actually had these three items, he was immediately dumbstruck. He even lost his composure and cried out in surprise. "I didn't believe it at first either. But in the 2 times I entered the void realm, I have seen these 3 divine items with my own eyes. Those items obviously do not belong to our abyss realm. Take this one ring for example. Our abyss realm doesn't have the materials to manufacture it," Manticore explained with a grave expression. After hearing Manticore's words, Han Shoror's heart of greed was also born. Divine weapons, divine crystals, and divine souls, these 3 treasures were of vital importance to a god. For a god like Han Shoror, who could only be considered as a half-baked god, if he could obtain a divine crystal or a divine soul, his strength would immediately advance a step further. How could he not be tempted? What do you mean by opening the void? With greed in his heart, Han Shoror no longer tried to be secretive and immediately asked for the main point. On the outer layer of the void, there is a layer of naturally formed stardust current. That thing has the effect of directly eroding one's divine soul. If that layer of stardust current is still there, there's no way we can pass through it. But every once in a while, that stardust current will change direction, and we can seize the opportunity to enter the void. According to the pattern, it will take at least another 200 years for the stardust current to change direction. However, a few days ago, space-time discontinuum suddenly appeared in several locations of the abyss realm. It seemed to have disturbed the direction of the stardust current, causing it to change direction again. I received news a few days ago that according to the current trajectory, it won't be long before the void opens again. Manticore was rather excited when he said those words. It seemed that the 3 divine items in the void were also treasures that he greatly desired. "You mean, you want me to enter the void with you?" Han Shoror asked as he looked at Demon King Manticore. Manticore nodded, put on a faint smile, and calmly admitted, "That's right. Among the 5 great demon kings of the abyss realm, I have a close relationship with Leviathan. Cecrops and Golander have a rather deep friendship, while Bekimos is a loner. Every time the void opens, the five of us will usually enter together. While we are inside, we often fight over benefits. This time, if you are with us, I believe we will have a greater chance of success.
Oh.
Han Shoror stared blankly for a moment. After thinking for a moment, he understood the gist of the matter. He smilingly said, "All five of you are low gods and experts with domains of divinity. Do I stand a chance of survival if I join in?" "Mr. Han Shoror must be joking," Manticore gently replied. Manticore gently said, "To be able to kill 3 shadow warriors in an instant, this is sufficient to prove that your strength has far surpassed that of a demon. I can sense an intense aura of destruction from your body. Although you have yet to form a domain of divinity, your cultivation in the Edict of Destruction must have reached the low god realm. Hihi, with this alone, you have the strength to protect yourself. Moreover, with Leviathan and me together with you, we can look out for each other. There shouldn't be any major problems. Divine weapons, divine essences, and divine souls, these 3 things are of great significance to us. I believe you should know how to choose. Besides, the interplanar transportation matrix is also inside. You only have one chance. I believe you will know how to choose." With Manticore saying so, Han Shoror basically had no leeway to choose. Putting aside Han Shoror's greed for those 3 treasures, just the interplanar transportation matrix inside the void alone was enough for Han Shoror to take the risk and venture deep inside. Han Shoror forced a smile and nodded. He said, "It seems that I have no reason to refuse. All right, let's not talk about other matters for now. I will arrange for Mr. Han Shoror to have a good rest. You can also take this opportunity to digest what I have said. Right, I also need to discuss with Leviathan. When the void is about to open, I will contact you again." When Manticore heard Han Shoror say so, he knew that Han Shoror had already agreed to it. Therefore, he no longer spoke any more superfluous words. "All right, I really need to think about it," Han Shoror replied. Soon after, under Manticore's arrangements, he temporarily stayed in Black Jade City. The 3 divine artifacts inside the mysterious void had a tremendous impact on Han Shoror. He indeed needed to think about it carefully and spend some time to figure out the relationship between the 5 demon kings. That way, when he arrived at the void, he wouldn't be at Manticore's mercy. Chapter 557. Inside a luxurious castle in the eastern part of Black Jade City. Han Shoror, Jasper, the 3 ladies, and Sanguinar were temporarily staying in this castle. This castle was one of the most prestigious places in Black Jade City. Although it wasn't as grand and majestic as the Demon King's palace, it was beautifully decorated. It was a treasured place where Manticore would only entertain truly important guests. For the next few days, Han Shoror, Jasper, and the others stayed in this castle. There were all kinds of servants in the castle. Every day, there would be someone to attend to their daily needs. They were enjoying life to the fullest. Sanguinar, a demonic apprentice who finally possessed power, was cultivating Blood God mantra without regard for food or sleep. Under Han Shoror guidance, her comprehension of Blood God mantra progressed at a speed that left Han Shoror speechless. During these few days, Han Shoror gradually understood the dispute between the 5 great demon kings of the Abyss realm through Jasper, Sanguinar, Bord, and Xenia. The 5 great demon kings of the Abyss realm were divided into 3 groups. Leviathan and Manticore were on one side, Cecrops and Golander were on the other side, and Bekimos was a loner who almost never interacted with the other demon kings. Among them, Manticore's and Golander's parties had almost never stopped waging war against each other. War Demon Valley and Venomfang Castle were the representatives of the War Demon Valley and Venomfang Castle, which had affected 4/5 of the Abyss realm, had never truly stopped. Among the 5 great demon kings, the most mysterious one was Bekimos. The legend of this demon king had always been passed down in the Abyss realm. Among the 5 great demon kings, Bekimos was the one who had existed the longest and had the deepest understanding of the Abyss realm. This demon king was also the one who kept the lowest profile. He seemed to be very content with the status quo and had never plundered the territories of the other 4 great demon kings for the sake of the energy of faith. However, the other 4 great demon kings had also never taken the initiative to provoke this demon king who had ascended to godhood the earliest. This was because Behemoth was the one who first told them about the existence of the void. During their exploration of the void, the 4 great demon kings had long known how terrifying this Behemoth was. It was undeniable that Han-Shoror had an intense desire for the divine weapons, divine essences, and divine souls in the void. Plus the possibility that the secret of the cemetery of death might lie within the void realm, Han-Shoror had made up his mind to explore the void. After making up his mind, Han-Shoror began to gather information on the void realm through various means. Every time the demon kings of the abyss realm opened, not only the 5 great demon kings would enter the abyss. High-level demons like Bord and Xenia would follow them into the abyss. Of the abyss realm of the abyss realm of the abyss realm, the realm. Where time quietly slipped away. Han-Shoror used various means to gather information on the relationship between the 5 great demon kings of the abyss realm, as well as the situation in the abyss. After that, he began to silently make his preparations. His 3 souls separated and began to undergo arduous training in this castle filled with numerous secret chambers. One day, Han-Shoror was cultivating in seclusion. His main body and main soul were refining demonic arts, tempering his body, and carefully comprehending the various miraculous uses of his consciousness. Suddenly, he sensed a joyous message transmitted from Little Skull in the Netherworld realm. With one thought, the soul of his avatar transformed from the skeletal staff immediately fell into the Netherworld through the miraculous use of the skeletal staff. In the Netherworld, at the peak of a lofty mountain, inside the majestic palace of Undying, waves of terrifying shrieks filled the boundless heaven and earth. Dense element of death converged towards the palace from all directions. Little Skull sat on the tall white bone throne at the center of the palace. His empty eye sockets, which had lost their purple demon eye, shone with an evil green light. The shrunken gravestone in front of his chest was like a vortex that sucked in everything, condensing all the element of death. The pure element of death filled the entire palace. The space seemed to have formed some kind of mysterious magnetic field that continuously pulled in more and more of the element of death. On the white bone throne at the center of the palace, Little Skull gave off the aura of an undying king that looked down on all living things. His sparkling and translucent bones seemed to have some kind of mysterious liquid circulating at high speed. In front of Little Skull, numerous undead creatures were prostrating on the ground. Among them were bone dragons, skeleton kings, and zombie kings. They were all prostrating on the ground, waiting for something in fear and trepidation. Little Skull, who was sitting proudly on the white bone throne, suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of faint green mist when some kind of liquid was circulating at high speed in his body. Within the mist were extremely profound death magic seals. Like little snakes, the mist drilled into the bodies of the powerful undead creatures in front of him. Suddenly, strands of energy were fed back into Little Skull's body from those powerful undead creatures. As Little Skull's host, Han-Shoror could sense a little bit of what Little Skull was experiencing. He discovered that the strands of energy were like spider webs, flowing into Little Skull's body in an incomprehensible manner. This kind of energy was extremely weak. But gradually, the thousands upon thousands of undead creatures in the entire mountain released that weak energy from the green mist and all of them entered Little Skull's body. Han-Shoror's death base god soul just so happened to land in the palace. He suddenly sensed that the green mist seemed to contain an extremely powerful bewitching energy. Han-Shoror was extremely familiar with this feeling. In the next moment, Han-Shoror suddenly realized that this energy was somewhat similar to the energy that lured him to submit when he was absorbing mental strength in the cemetery of death. "Father, you've come?" Little Skull's voice suddenly sounded. Then, the green mist suddenly disappeared from Han-Shoror's body. You have truly become a god." Han-Shoror was shocked. He finally understood. The pure element of death gathered around Little Skull made Han-Shoror realize that this was the domain of divinity that only low gods could possess. The liquid flowing within Little Skull's sparkling white bones should be the divine energy that had just formed. As for the weak energy that was being fed back to Little Skull from the bone dragon and the thousands upon thousands of undead creatures, that was the energy of faith that these undead creatures had offered to Little Skull. Divine energy, energy of faith, and domain of divinity. Little Skull now possessed all three of the hallmarks of low gods. Through these 3 points, Han-Shoror was very certain that Little Skull had truly become a low god of death. There was no doubt about that. Yes, Father, Little Skull was very happy and replied in high spirits. How could it be so fast? Han-Shoror was very puzzled. Logically speaking, Little Skull's soul didn't have a deep understanding of the element of death. Without spending a long period of time to comprehend it, it was simply impossible for him to become a god in such a short period of time by relying on his own strength. It's because of this. Little Skull pointed at the gravestone on his chest and cheerfully explained, Father, you asked me to properly comprehend the things inside. I discovered many mysteries from it, and before I knew it, I possessed both divine energy and the domain of divinity. This is truly a wonderful treasure. Thank you, Father. Han-Shoror was stunned. He looked at the gravestone on Little Skull's chest that seemed to be the source of Little Skull's energy. Han-Shoror never would have imagined that this gravestone with obscure death patterns would bring about such a huge transformation after fusing with Little Skull's chest. It allowed him to truly become a low god of death in such a short period of time. Incredible, truly incredible, Han-Shoror exclaimed in amazement. He was rejoicing at Little Skull's fortunate encounter. This is all because of your kindness, Father. Little Skull was rather embarrassed. He scratched his head and appeared very childish. Among the numerous undead creatures crawling all over the ground, the 5 elite zombies were not affected in the slightest. Each of the 5 elite zombies had unique characteristics and each possessed miraculous energy. They were of the same origin as Little Skull. They were all formed from Han-Shoror's blood and infused with the energies of the 5 elements. Among them, wood, fire, and metal elite zombies all possessed treasures of their respective elements. Their individual strengths were also sufficiently powerful. Naturally, like Han-Shoror, they were not affected by Little Skull's divine aura. While Han-Shoror and Little Skull were talking, the 5 elite zombies walked up to Han-Shoror. Among them, the seemingly simple and honest Earth elite zombie walked up to Han-Shoror and tugged at his sleeve. He pointed at the treasures of wood, fire, and metal elite zombies and said to Han-Shoror with a sad face, Father, all 3 of them have treasures. Even Little Water has gained quite a bit of energy. I'm the only one who has nothing. I've been with Father the longest. Father, you're biased. Han-Shoror was speechless. He didn't know when it started, but the 5 elite zombies' intelligence had become extremely complete. Hearing Earth elite zombies' complaints, Han-Shoror didn't know whether to laugh or cry. From this aspect, Earth elite zombies' intelligence was already very high. However, Han-Shoror really didn't know how to respond to Earth elite zombies' complaints. Me too, I don't have any toys either. Water elite zombie, with a feminine temperament, also coyly asked Han-Shoror for a toy after seeing that someone had taken the lead. Han-Shoror suddenly felt a bit of a headache. Looking at the hopeful faces of Earth and Water elite zombies, he had no choice but to raise his hand and promise, Don't worry, Father promises that he will find treasures suitable for you. Earth and Water elite zombies were overjoyed and hastily said, That's great. Father, quickly find something for us. We want it too. Han-Shoror's head was as big as an ox. He could only smile wryly and agree. He thought to himself, These guys are becoming more intelligent, and now they even know how to compete. What a headache. Chapter 558. Time passed by quickly and silently. After Han-Shoror withdrew his soul from the netherworld, he had been staying in his secret chamber and cultivating diligently, staying away from women. As his state of mind gradually stabilized, the boundless desires in Han-Shoror's heart were finally under control. Han-Shoror vaguely understood that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. However, even though he had overcome the hurdle of his state of mind, the demonic yuan in his body was still not vigorous enough. He was unable to achieve a breakthrough from quantitative to qualitative. To achieve this, Han Shoror had to accumulate the demonic yuan bit by bit. Therefore, although Han Shoror knew that it would take an enormous amount of time to improve his demonic yuan by simply cultivating diligently, he couldn't think of any other method for the time being. On this day, Han Shoror, who was cultivating diligently in his secret chamber, suddenly sensed the arrival of Borde and Xenia. From the unusual expressions of the two, Han Shoror guessed that Manticore might have already made his preparations. With one thought, his two avatars, one on his left and one on his right, abandoned their physical bodies and transformed back into the skeletal staff and the Demon Slayer edge. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two avatars concealed themselves within Han Shoror's body. After stretching his body, Han Shoror unhurriedly walked out from the secret chamber excavated by Earth Elite Zombie and headed towards the guest hall where Borde and Xenia were. In the guest hall, several maids carried plates of fruits and snacks and placed them on the table in front of Borde and Xenia. Jasper, who could be considered the mistress of the house, was happily chatting with the two Black Jade guards with a smile on her face. After arriving at Black Jade City, Jasper basked in Han Shoror's limelight and was treated like an honored guest. For the next few days, Jasper brought Hemana and Sylph around Black Jade City, one of the most flourishing cities in the Abyss realm. They were accompanied by several Black Jade guards arranged by Borde. Along the way, they enjoyed envious gazes, which greatly satisfied the vanity of the three ladies. It was also because of this that the three women became more and more dependent on Han Shoror. Han Shoror had secluded himself from women for many days, causing the three women to feel uneasy. They always felt that something was missing. Ahem. Han Shoror walked to the guest hall and observed Jasper talking to Borde and Xenia in a warm voice. He noticed that the mental strength in Jasper's brain had grown stronger and stronger. He thought to himself, it seems that Jasper hasn't slacked off even though I've been in seclusion for many days. Hey, Han, you've come out. Upon hearing Han Shoror's soft cough, Jasper turned her head to look at him. Her beautiful eyes were filled with longing and joy. After being nourished by Han Shoror for a period of time, Jasper's skin was as translucent as jade. A faint fragrance was wafting from her body, making her extremely attractive. Looks like you didn't slack off. Han Shoror looked at Jasper smilingly. Soon after, he walked to Borde and Xenia, and asked, has Demon King Manticore made the necessary preparations and asked the two of you to invite me over? The two nodded at the same time. Borde respectfully replied, that's right. The opening of the void is imminent. His lordship has already made the necessary arrangements in Black Jade City. Now, the two of us are to inform Mr. Han Shoror to accompany him to the void. All right, wait here for a moment. I will make the necessary arrangements and leave with you immediately, Han Shoror casually replied. Then, he spread out his consciousness. Sanguinar, Hemana, and Sylph, who were in seclusion, simultaneously received a message from Han Shoror in their minds. During this period of time, Han Shoror had been in seclusion and had become even more adept at utilizing his consciousness. Using his consciousness to influence the consciousnesses of those with weak souls at short distances was one of the wonderful uses of his consciousness. Sanguinar and the others, who were in the midst of cultivation, suddenly received a message in their minds. They could clearly sense that this message came from Han Shoror. The three were aghast and roused from their cultivation. Following Han Shoror's message, they soon arrived at the center of the guest hall. Master, were you the one who transmitted the message into our minds? Sanguinar immediately asked in astonishment after arriving. Han Shoror put on a faint smile and replied, that's right. I am about to leave Black Jade City and head for the void. The reason I asked you to come over is to inform you. Also, if you have any difficulties in cultivation, take this opportunity to ask me. I might need some time to return. That's too miraculous. You actually managed to leave a message in our minds from so far away. Truly inconceivable. Sylph cried out in surprise after hearing Han Shoror's affirmation. Borde and Xenia looked at each other, shook their heads, and forced a smile. They were amazed by Han Shoror's mysterious ability. Master, why didn't you bring us with you to the void? Sanguinar asked. You are not strong enough for the time being, including you, Sanguinar. Although you have made rapid progress, you currently only have the strength of a destroyer. From my understanding of the void, not only is it useless to enter the void without the strength of a demonic demon, you will only become a burden. Stay here and cultivate for the time being. Wait for me to return from the void. If I find a transportation matrix, I will bring you away, Han Shor explained. After hearing Han Shor's words, Sanguinar suffered a great blow. With a dejected look, he muttered, "So, in Master's eyes, I am still a burden." Han Shor smiled and consoled him. "Although you are talented, how long have you been cultivating? In such a short time, you have become a destroyer from a weakling without the strength to truss a chicken. This is already enough to prove your potential. If you could become a demonic demon in such a short time, then I, your master, would not need to mingle around anymore. Don't be discouraged. Give yourself a little more time, and it won't be long before you become a powerhouse with the strength of a demonic demon." After hearing Han Shor's words, Sanguinar felt a little better. Soon after, he thought for a while and asked Han Shor about some of the cultivation problems he had encountered in the past few days. When Bord and Xenia saw Sanguinar asking Han Shor for advice, they awkwardly tried to avoid it. No matter where it was, when a master was teaching a disciple, outsiders were generally not allowed to listen. Bord and Xenia obviously understood this and were quite self-aware. Waving his hand, Han Shor smiled and said, "No need to avoid it, it's fine." Bord and Xenia were delighted. They exchanged glances and respectfully stood aside, listening attentively to Han Shor's explanation. The demonic arts that Han Shor was teaching were completely different from the cultivation techniques of this world. Moreover, the blood god's mantra was even stranger. It would be strange if Bord and Xenia could understand it. Ignoring the two beside him, Han Shor answered some of the problems Sanguinar had raised. Sanguinar understood tacitly and nodded with a smile. Bord and Xenia, on the other hand, were at a loss. They were confused by unfamiliar terms like meridians, acupuncture points, blood energy, and so on. They simply did not understand what Han Shor was talking about. When Han Shor finished explaining, Sanguinar said excitedly, "Thank you, Master." After Master's explanation, all the things I didn't quite understand have suddenly become clear. Bord and Xenia stared at each other. After waiting for Sanguinar to finish speaking, the two were dispirited. Bord forced a smile and praised, "Mr. Han Shor is indeed miraculous. Even the words he speaks are so profound. It's a pity that we are not talented enough. It seems that we won't be able to comprehend anything." Han Shor snickered in his heart. It would be a wonder if they could understand. Han Shor did not bother to explain. He turned around and instructed Jasper, Sylph, and Sylph on some matters to take note of, telling them to stay here and train well. Then, he followed Bord and Xenia towards the Demon King's palace. At the summit of the Demon King's palace, Demon King Manticore smiled warmly when he saw Han Shor approaching, and said, "I have been waiting for you for a long time. The void will open soon. I have made all the necessary preparations." If Mr. Han Shor has also made all the necessary arrangements, we can set off now. In this empty stone chamber, other than Manticore, there were 15 other experts of demon strength. Judging from the attire of these people, they were Manticore's personal guards, the Black Jade Guards. It appeared that Manticore was going to bring the Black Jade Guards along with him on this trip to the void. From what Bord and Xenia said, Han Shor vaguely guessed that these Black Jade Guards would often serve as cannon fodder at crucial moments. Manticore would always send these Black Jade Guards to scout out some unknown dangers. He would only set off personally after he was certain that there was no danger. In the Abyss realm, demon-level experts were the pinnacle experts apart from the 5 great demon kings. The guards under the direct command of every great demon king were all infamous individuals. However, every time the void opened, these dazzling demons would be nothing more than cannon fodder in the hands of the 5 great demon kings. In order to achieve their goals, these demons would be sacrificed as experimental subjects at crucial moments. It wasn't easy to create a demon, but it wasn't a difficult task for the 5 great demon kings either. In their hearts, these demons that they created were their dogs. To die for them at crucial moments, it was their honor. The Abyss Realm was just that cruel. Although those demons were vaguely aware of their fate, they, having surrendered their faith, would still follow behind their masters without any hesitation. They were ready to sacrifice everything they had for their masters at any time. Han Shor knew this fact that wasn't really a secret. He had long had other plans in mind. He wouldn't become Manticole's cannon fodder at crucial moments. Hey, where's the other great demon king? Didn't you say that you and him are allies? Han Shor asked after looking around. He will meet us at the entrance of the void. He should be rushing towards the void right now. We can set off now, Manticore explained. Oh, I have no more questions. Let's go, Han Shor replied. Manticore nodded smilingly and said no more. He flew off from the summit of the Demon King's palace and took the lead in flying towards the void. A group of black jade guards, including Han Shor, closely followed behind Manticore. They too flew into the sky. Their destination, the void. Chapter 559. 5 days later, at the most mysterious entrance to the Abyss Realm, Han Shor followed behind Demon King Manticore and 15 other demons. They finally arrived at their destination. This was an incomparably peculiar region. There were enormous, malevolent plants everywhere. Each and every one of them was unleashing their ferocity to their heart's content. Along the way, the towering, grotesque trees transformed into frenzied attackers that wantonly attacked and obstructed Han Shor and his party. The ground was filled with muddy swamps. Colorful miasma lingered in the air. Some grotesquely shaped, enormous abyssal creatures roamed all over the place. Manticore should be very familiar with this region. He led Han Shor and the others as they flew horizontally and vertically. It was only when they arrived at a magnificent region filled with glazed stardust that they came to a halt. Han Shor looked around and discovered that after Manticore unfolded his domain of divinity, not a single creature or plant dared to approach them. Dense element of darkness converged towards Manticore from all directions. In an extremely short period of time, the element of darkness in Manticore's domain of divinity had become 10 times more concentrated. The other elements of heaven and earth, within the scope of the domain of divinity, were completely obliterated. Even the 4 edicts seemed to have been distorted. The 15 black jade guards that came with Manticore immediately felt uneasy from head to toe. They no longer had any elemental energy they could rely on. As they had yet to become true gods, they felt a sense of powerlessness, dejection, and unease. Fortunately, Manticore did not maintain his domain of divinity for too long. Not long after he unfolded his domain of divinity, Han Shor sensed that the element of lightning in another region not far from them suddenly condensed rapidly. A long howl resounded through the sky. The party rapidly approached Manticore. Manticore withdrew his domain of divinity and said to Han Shor in a gentle voice, "Leviathan is coming." Leviathan, one of the 5 demon kings of the Abyss Realm, cultivated in the energy of lightning of the 8 elements, and had a rather deep friendship with Manticore. Just as Manticore unfolded his domain of divinity, a domineering silhouette made of interweaving lightning bolts suddenly appeared in front of Manticore. Leviathan was 3 meters tall, with 2 huge curved horns on its head. Its body was covered in dense hair, and its domineering body was constantly flashing with electricity. At first glance, Han Shor felt that this Leviathan looked somewhat similar to a bull except that it had a human face. After Leviathan arrived, he let out a hearty laugh and said, "Manticore, I have been here for quite a few days. What took you so long? Better to come at the right time than to come early." Manticore's attitude was gentle. He raised his head to look at the multicolored sky, and said with a faint smile, "The stardust current hasn't completely disappeared yet." Swoosh swoosh swoosh. More than a dozen shadows stood behind Leviathan one after another. They had unified demon strength and were directly under Leviathan's thunder god guards. A pair of silver eyes with electric sparks suddenly focused on Han Shor. Leviathan asked with interest, "This unfamiliar friend is Mr. Han Shor, the one who killed 3 shadow warriors in an instant, right?" Han Shoror put on a faint smile and nodded in a manner that was neither overbearing nor servile. He said, "Hehe, nice to meet you, Demon King Leviathan." Just like Manticore, Leviathan was also a low god. Without moving his consciousness, Han Shoror could sense the terrifying energy on Leviathan's body. He inwardly speculated that the other 3 demon kings should also possess low god strength. With that thought in mind, Han Shoror couldn't help but plot. Now that Han Shoror had 3 souls, his strength was on par with any demon king. Now that Little Skull had also become a low god of death, in addition to the penta-elemental undead formation formed by the 5 miraculous elite zombies, Han Shoror believed that he possessed sufficient strength to protect himself. Therefore, he secretly started to plot some things that would benefit him. Leviathan looked deeply at Han Shoror. Electric sparks shot out from his silver eyes. After a long while, he nodded and smilingly said, "Not bad, you are qualified." Han Shoror understood that Leviathan had also sensed the strength of a low god of destruction from Han Shoror. That was why he said that. Such was the Abyss realm. Here, without sufficient strength, one wouldn't receive the respect one deserved. It was because Leviathan sensed Han Shoror's low god of destruction energy that he truly regarded Han Shoror as a friend of equal weight. "Since you have arrived early, have you discovered any traces of the other 3? Manticore waited for Leviathan to acknowledge Han Shoror's strength before he asked with a faint smile. "The other 3 have arrived long ago. They have temporarily occupied 3 different positions, waiting for the moment the stardust current disappears," Leviathan said in a deep voice with a solemn face. Han Shoror raised his head and looked at the sky. He discovered that the stardust current was multicolored. It was as vast as the starry sky, full of mystery and abstruse. Streaks of dazzling radiance flashed past like meteors. Green, sapphire, light purple, and all kinds of halos filled the stardust current. Behind the stardust current was the void that led to the abyss. Han Shoror was well aware of this fact. Han Shoror slightly released his consciousness and a strand of it flew towards the stardust current. Slowly, probingly, it probed into the stardust current. The stardust current possessed an intense corrosive and destructive effect on the soul. Any life form with a soul, once submerged within the stardust current, would immediately be affected by the stardust current. In an extremely short period of time, their soul would be decomposed and corroded until it was fragmented and lost all consciousness. All traces of their soul would disappear from the world. Even experts like Manticore and Leviathan, who had truly become gods, were powerless against this stardust current. They could only bitterly wait for the stardust current to disappear on its own before they dared to enter the abyss. It was evident just how frightening this stardust current was. When Han Shoror's strand of consciousness submerged into the stardust current, the bizarre sand-like energy suddenly sensed it. The radiant flowing deep sky suddenly blossomed with dazzling colors. They rapidly condensed in the region where Han Shoror's strand of consciousness probed. The soul-corroding energy within the bizarre stardust current immediately entered that strand of consciousness of Han Shoror, attempting to pulverize that strand of Han Shoror's disintegrated soul into powder. The consciousness of demonic arts had endless wondrous uses. Even though Han Shoror knew that the stardust current possessed terrifying corrosive energy towards the soul, he still dared to divide a strand of consciousness to investigate. It was precisely because Han Shoror had painstakingly studied the wondrous uses of consciousness during this period of time that he knew of the miraculous effect of the consciousness being able to divide into thousands and then converge into one. That strand of consciousness of Han Shoror dared to take the risk. That strand of consciousness was rapidly corroded, but it could reassemble itself at an even faster speed. With that region constantly sparkled with dazzling lights. Although the energy of the stardust current was constantly corroding that strand of consciousness of Han Shoror did not dissipate from beginning to end. There's actually an idiot who dares to barge in without waiting for the stardust current to disappear. From the looks of it, it should be some small forces that don't know the depth of the situation. Leviathan raised his head and looked at that region that suddenly blossomed with dazzling colors after Han Shoror's consciousness entered. He had a face full of schadenfreude. Yes, only those newcomers who have never heard of the dangers of the void would be so reckless, Manticore also raised his head to look at the sky and chimed in. While listening to the conversation between the two demon kings, Han-Shoror, the instigator of all this, unhurriedly withdrew that strand of consciousness that had yet to dissipate. He thought to himself, it seems that although that stardust current is frightening, it doesn't seem to have any effect on me, a person who cultivates in demonic arts and possesses a consciousness. From this point of view, the consciousness formed from demonic arts is indeed more miraculous and powerful than the soul of element that cultivates in the 12 fundamental energies. Right next to Leviathan and Manticore, Han-Shoror's ingenious use of his consciousness to make some small movements that the two demon kings with low god strengths did not detect. This made Han-Shoror feel a sense of superiority spontaneously born from cultivating in demonic arts, and strengthened his conviction to cultivate in demonic arts. As soon as the consciousness was withdrawn by Han-Shoror, the dazzling region no longer glowed with light. Leviathan turned around and solemnly explained to the thunder guards behind him, "For some of you, this might be the first time you've come here with me. Remember, by all means, do not try to barge in before the stardust current disappears. You have all seen the scene just now. When the stardust current disappears, it signifies the annihilation of the soul of the trespasser." After Leviathan finished his explanation, Manticore too put on a grave face. He let out a light groan, turned his head to look at the 15 black jade guards, and said, "Listen well. Once in the void, no one is allowed to act without my permission. If you bring me trouble because of your mistakes, I will let you know what it truly means to wish you were dead. Do you understand?" In Manticore's mind, the lives of these subordinates he had nurtured with his own hands were obviously worthless, not when they were endangering him. "Your subordinates dare not." A total of 15 black jade guards, including Bord and Xenia, replied in fear and trepidation. Each and every one of them had fear on their faces, as though recalling the terrifying methods of this great demon king who was usually gentle and mild. Han-Shoror was rather astonished. He thought to himself, this great demon king is indeed worthy of being called a great demon king. No matter how gentle and harmless he usually appears, that's the calm after his bloody methods. What should we do now? After all, it was Han-Shoror's first time here. Although he had learned some things about the void from Bord and Xenia, there were still many things he didn't understand. Both Manticore and Leviathan had a much friendlier attitude towards Han-Shoror, an existence on the same level as them. Upon hearing Han-Shoror's question, the two simultaneously answered, "Wait." After a short pause, Manticore explained, "Wait for the moment the stardust current disappears." Han-Shoror nodded and said no more. He very patiently waited for the moment the stardust current disappeared. Chapter 560. The stardust quicksand filled the sky like an enormous colorful flowing oil painting. Han-Shoror calmed his mind, looked up at the sky, and slowly expanded his consciousness outwards. A low god who cultivated in the Edict of Destruction like Han-Shoror was located in the northwestern region. The aura of destruction emanating from that low god was extremely terrifying. Han-Shoror's consciousness immediately attracted the corrosion of the energy of destruction. Han-Shoror hastily evaded it. Han-Shoror understood that that should be where Bekimos was. After evading Bekimos, Han-Shoror's consciousness continued to expand outwards. The elements of fire and water were highly concentrated in an area. With one thought, Han-Shoror knew that that should be where Cecrops and Golandur were. Cecrops and Golandur, one cultivated in the energy of water and the other in the energy of fire. As the saying goes, fire and water are incompatible. However, the relationship between the two was surprisingly harmonious. Han-Shoror similarly sensed many demonic auras at where Cecrops and Golandur were. He was certain that Cecrops and Golandur had brought their personal guards with them. Han-Shoror quietly retracted his consciousness and let out a light breath. He looked up at the sky, immersed his consciousness into an ethereal state, and leisurely waited for the stardust current to vanish. After an unknown amount of time, as though a huge rock had been thrown into a pond, the multicolored sky suddenly surged with enormous waves. Gorgeous and dazzling colors interweaved and shot across the sky. Streaks of multicolored light streaked past like javelins. After a burst of dazzling radiance, the stardust current drifted into the distance like ripples of flowing water. A grayish-brown entrance with all kinds of energy twisting and turning into a vortex suddenly appeared in midair. That vortex was enormous. It seemed to be sucking and devouring matter with all its might. It gave off a mysterious and unfathomable feeling. While Han Shoror was looking at the vortex in amazement, trying to figure out its mysteries, Manticore suddenly put on a delighted expression and said in a low voice, "The stardust current has passed. We can go in now. Get ready to go." Leviathan's expression was solemn as he said in a deep voice, "Follow closely. Don't leave us by a single step." Whoosh whoosh whoosh, while Manticore and Leviathan were speaking, several dozen shadows suddenly shot into the rapidly spinning vortex in midair. From their auras and positions, Han Shoror understood that they should be the two demon kings, Cecrops and Golander. "Hihi, those two fellows sure are anxious." Leviathan chuckled and waved his hand to stop everyone from moving. Only after Cecrops, Golander, and the others had entered the abyss did he say, "Let's go." "Bekimos hasn't gone in yet," Han Shoror said in a seemingly unintentional manner as he followed behind Leviathan and flew straight into the whirlpool. Leviathan, who was flying towards the abyss, looked at Han Shoror with some astonishment. He seemed to be very surprised that Han Shoror knew of Bekimos' whereabouts. He said, "Bekimos has always been a loner. Every time he enters the abyss, he doesn't bring a single subordinate with him. Even the four of us combined aren't as familiar with the abyss as he is. His whereabouts are also the hardest to track. Do you know where he is?" Han Shoror pointed at the lush shrubbery to the northwest and said, "He's down there. He cultivates in the Edict of Destruction just like me. I can sense him." Manticore was also slightly taken aback by Han Shoror's words. He said with some amazement, "Mr. Han Shoror is indeed extraordinary. Even we couldn't detect Bekimos' whereabouts." "I didn't expect that you could." Leviathan nodded. He too was rather surprised. However, the two didn't pay too much attention to this issue. As they spoke, the entrance to the abyss appeared. Han Shoror didn't say much. With one thought, a protective shield as thin as a cicada's wing covered his entire body. With a flash of black light, Han Shoror's body fell into the abyss. It was as though he had suddenly fallen into an unfamiliar space. The pure elemental energy was extremely rich and filled every nook and cranny. With every breath he took, the elemental energy would flow into his body, giving him a wonderful refreshing feeling. After the dusky airflow passed, Han Shoror focused his attention and looked around. He discovered that he seemed to have arrived in the middle of a space-time crevice. At first glance, all he could see were enormous rocks of various colors hovering in midair like meteorites. All kinds of dazzling radiance were constantly interweaving around him. The scene was gorgeous and bewitching, giving one the absurd feeling of being in a boundless void. Right in front of him were tunnels of unknown origin that were constantly sparkling with strange radiance. Gusts of violent whirling winds whistled past Han Shoror's body. The swift and fierce winds caused those enormous rocks to gently sway. One could imagine just how fierce and frightening those winds were. "Follow us, go," Manticore shouted hoarsely. However, his voice, as though it was separated by layers upon layers of obstacles, fell into Han Shoror's ears. It was as soft as the buzz of a mosquito. Han Shoror creased his brows. Looking at Manticore, who was shouting hoarsely right in front of him, he realized that this void was indeed very miraculous. Manticore possessed low-god strength. Yet, even at such a close distance, his voice could only travel so faintly. With a jolt of his consciousness, Han Shoror sensed all kinds of energies at the entrance to the abyss. The energies of the 8 elements, the 4 edictal forces, as well as some rarely seen energies of faith, fear, and resentment. They were like branches of a river, or like chaotic spider silk threads, drifting in the air with varying strengths. Those energies are the continuation of the energy of the bodies of experts who died in the void long ago after their souls were destroyed. By all means, do not try to absorb those energies. After drifting in the void for so many years, they have been contaminated with some unknown, indescribable, and bizarre aura. Just like the stardust, they have an intense corrosive effect on one's soul, Leviathan hastily said. After arriving at the void, Manticore and Leviathan appeared to be in fear and trepidation. They constantly reminded their subordinates beside them. After Leviathan finished those words, he began to cautiously advance forward. Strands of energy of lightning formed into a spiderweb structure and rapidly condensed on the path ahead, cleansing away all the energies that filled the air from all directions. Manticore was in charge of the rear. He formed a zone of absolute darkness behind him, mincing the strands of energy that filled the air from all directions. With the two joining hands, using the energy of lightning and darkness, the zone was impregnable. Not a single one of those demons suffered any harm. As soon as Han-Shoror, who was situated between Manticore and Leviathan, unfolded his consciousness, he immediately sensed the various kinds of chaotic energies. Most of those energies were left behind by experts who had yet to possess divine energy. They were mixed with some of the dreadful and bizarre energies of the void, and possessed an intense corrosive effect on one's soul. Perhaps it was due to the uniqueness of the void that they did not return and vanish between heaven and earth. All of a sudden, Han-Shoror's demonic infant became restless. It was like a hungry and thirsty child, instinctively wanting to devour all kinds of chaotic energies. With one thought, the demonic infant began to revolve at high speed. Streaks of dark, sparkling electric arcs suddenly covered the center of Han-Shoror's protective shield. Sinister and cold demonic yuan was attached to the shield like liquid. In an instant, it was as though Han-Shoror had turned into an enormous magnet. All kinds of negative energies of death, destruction, resentment, fear, and other negative energies that filled the entrance to the void suddenly madly converged on Han-Shoror. Mr. Han-Shoror, what are you doing? Leviathan's face suddenly jolted. He suddenly discovered that the abnormality of the energies around him originated from Han-Shoror. A wave of anger rose in his heart and he shouted, Han-Shoror, stop at once. Are you trying to get us killed? Manticore was also shocked. He became anxious for Han-Shoror's actions. The entrance to the void had always been filled with all kinds of energies. Leviathan and Manticore wouldn't pay any attention to just one or a few of those energies. However, if dozens or hundreds of those energies came rushing at them at the same time, even with their strength, they would have a headache. Although they could use their divine energy to cleanse those energies, it would consume a great deal of their divine energy. This was the entrance to the void. There were all kinds of unknown dangers waiting for them inside. If they exhausted more than half of their divine energy at the entrance, they would be in a very passive position. Once they entered the abyss, the two of them would be in a very passive position. Therefore, when they saw hundreds of negative energies converging on them, they immediately screamed, "Don't worry, I will handle it." Han-Shoror calmly shouted in a deep voice. The demonic infant in his body turned into a bottomless black hole, emitting a terrifying suction force capable of devouring all evil. The hundreds of negative energies that suddenly rushed over, as they were flowing at high speed, turned into dazzling rays of light of all colors. All of them shone on Han-Shoror's body. Han-Shoror was pleasantly surprised. He circulated his demonic yuan to the limit. It was only at this moment that he realized what those meteor-like rays of light he saw when he first entered the void were. They were actually formed by this kind of energy flowing at high speed. Strands of all kinds of negative energies were devoured by the demonic infant. They quickly glowed on Han-Shoror's body and disappeared into Han-Shoror's body at an even faster speed. Han-Shoror's demonic infant had turned into an extremely precise machine. It operated at high speed, transforming those negative energies into demonic yuan that flowed towards Han-Shoror's limbs, bones, internal organs. Leviathan and Manticore, who were about to make a fuss, instantly discovered the abnormality in Han-Shoror's body. The two simultaneously shut their mouths and stared at Han-Shoror, who seemed to have become the source of all evil. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Chapter 561. Mr. Han-Shoror is truly a frightening character. Borde, who came along with them, looked at Han-Shoror with a bitter smile and said to Xenia beside him, "Lord Leviathan, Didn't you say that this energy would erode the soul? Why is Mr. Han-Shor completely fine, and even seems to be enjoying it? Xenia was also sizing up Han-Shor with astonishment. She couldn't understand how Han-Shor managed to do it. Leviathan and Manticore exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with amazement. After a long while, Leviathan forced a smile and said to Manticore, "It seems that he doesn't fear those soul-eroding energies at all." Manticore nodded and replied, "All right, let's wait for a while." Between the two, the demonic infant exerted all of its strength. The multitude of negative energies that filled the surroundings flowed into Han-Shor's body under Han-Shor's guidance. Under the transformation of the demonic infant, demonic yuan flowed into Han-Shor's body like a gentle stream. At this moment, Han-Shor's state of mind was calm. His demonic arts were on the verge of a breakthrough, and he had been worrying about the lack of demonic yuan for the past few days. Han-Shor didn't expect that he would be fortunate enough to obtain such an extraordinary amount of energy right after entering the void, and before he even understood the secrets of the void. Strands of demonic yuan flowed into the cells and bones in his body, strengthening Han-Shor's physical body bit by bit according to a mysterious method. Every time he made a breakthrough, his physical body would undergo another transformation. This time was no exception. As the demonic yuan flowed through his body, Han-Shor could clearly feel that his physical body was becoming more and more tyrannical. There seemed to be no concept of time in the void. After an unknown amount of time, Han-Shor discovered that there wasn't a shred of energy converging into his body from all around. Although there were several hundred strands of negative energies around the void, each strand wasn't particularly powerful. After the demonic infant removed the impurities from those energies, only 1/10 of them were truly transformed into demonic yuan for Han-Shor to absorb. Furthermore, the realm of the 9 changes seemed to require an enormous amount of energy. Before Han-Shor could even complete half of the refinement of his physical body, he felt that he didn't have enough energy and had no choice but to forcibly stop. From the looks of it, although there were a few hundred strands of energy, it was not enough to support the reconstruction of his body. Han-Shor thought to himself and had no choice but to stop. After taking a deep breath, Han-Shor looked at the bored Manticore, Leviathan, and the others, and smilingly said, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Let's leave now." "It's all right, it's all right." Leviathan waved his hand in a very friendly manner. His eyes flashed with electricity as he stared at Han-Shor and said, "Mr. Han-Shor, did you absorb the power that gathered in your body?" Upon hearing those words, Manticore too fixed his gaze on Han-Shor with sparkling eyes. He seemed to be very interested in this question. Ever since Han-Shor started absorbing the energy, these two had been paying close attention to Han-Shor. They could clearly see some of the changes in Han-Shor's body. Therefore, it was impossible for Han-Shor to conceal it even if he wanted to. Han-Shor nodded with a smile and replied, "The martial technique I mainly cultivate in is very special. It doesn't belong to any of the 12 fundamental energies. It has the property of devouring. Hehe. It seems that I can even absorb those negative energies. What a miraculous martial technique." Leviathan was very astonished. He looked deeply at Han-Shor, and no one knew what he was thinking. After looking around, Han-Shor discovered that the strands of electricity that flashed for a brief moment had suddenly decreased by a lot. He understood that it was because he had absorbed a portion of the energy. As the absorption of energy was beneficial to the advancement of demonic arts, Han-Shor couldn't wait to go to the depths of the void. He smilingly asked, "Gentlemen, can we continue our journey now?" "Of course, let's go," Manticore hastily replied. He looked ahead and said, "Let's hurry up. We seem to have been delayed for a long time." With Leviathan and Manticore leading the way, Han-Shor and a few dozen demons in the middle, they resumed their journey. Rays of light shot and flashed in their surroundings. Rocks that resembled meteorites swayed and swayed in the howling hurricanes. Leviathan and Manticore were resisting the distortions caused by some other energies while cautiously avoiding those enormous rocks floating around them. They gradually flew deeper into the void. Nothing unexpected happened for a very long time. An area of boundless darkness suddenly appeared in front of them. At first glance, that area looked like a bottomless pitch-black abyss, brimming with unknown dangers. Faintly discernible screams could be heard coming from that boundless darkness from an unknown distance away. Standing far away from that area of darkness, Manticole's face was grave as he said, "The screams coming from that area of darkness should be from the subordinates of the other two demon kings. If we want to go deeper into the void, we have to pass this hurdle. When we dive in, our line of sight will be greatly obstructed. No one is an exception. When you can't see your surroundings, there will be air currents with terrifying force shooting out. There may even be some rocks or weapons left behind by the deceased in the air currents. All of you must be extremely careful." In fact, these demons would also be extremely careful even without Manticole's reminder. Every demon that could become a demon had high intelligence. The other two demon kings must have warned them of the dangers ahead of time. Since there were still screams coming from that area, it was obvious how dangerous that area was. It wasn't something that could be completely withstood just because they knew about it. In other words, after descending from that area, some of them would definitely die. Even if Manticole and Leviathan didn't mention it, everyone was well aware of it. "Let's go." When Manticole saw the grave expressions on the faces of the crowd, he understood that they should have known the truth. Without further explaining, he nodded at Leviathan and took the lead to land inside. "Bord, Xenia, you two stay close to me. We can look after each other." Han-Shoror was not in a hurry to go down immediately. He smiled at Bord and Xenia, and said calmly, "Thank you, Mr. Han-Shoror," Bord and Xenia said as they bowed respectfully to Han-Shoror. Take care of each other? With their meager strength, how could they take care of Han-Shoror? The two of them naturally understood what Han-Shoror meant when he said that Han-Shoror would take care of them. From the envious gazes of the demons around them, the two realized how lucky they were. They thought that their diligent service to Jasper and the others had indeed paid off. Han-Shoror put on a faint smile and did not say much. As long as the two of them didn't die, they would still be characters in Black Jade City and would still be of some value to him in the future. After the demons followed behind Leviathan and Manticole and descended, at Han-Shoror's indication, Bord and Xenia leaped into that boundless region of darkness. Han-Shoror's figure moved like a ghost, following behind Bord and Xenia who were holding hands. As soon as they entered, Han-Shoror discovered that this place seemed to belong to an area of absolute darkness. There wasn't the slightest bit of light spilling out. Even with Han-Shoror's miraculous eyesight, he couldn't clearly see the situation around him. It seemed that light couldn't be transmitted in this place. Even if some people ignited a flame, it would still be useless. However, for Han-Shoror, his consciousness was more useful than his eyes. As soon as Han-Shoror unfolded his consciousness, every movement in the surrounding area was reflected in his mind. After Han-Shoror locked onto Bord and Xenia's auras, they had absolutely no way of escaping from Han-Shoror's pursuit. Even Leviathan and Manticole, who were further away, were under the surveillance of Han-Shoror's consciousness. Just as Manticole had said, it was pitch black in here, but there were terrifying dangers lurking. Masses of air currents, propelled by some unknown force, were wreaking havoc and fluttering in all directions. Those air currents were filled with sharp objects that silently shuttled back and forth in the darkness. Although the physical defenses of demon-level experts were already extremely frightening, it seemed that they couldn't withstand the penetration of those objects. The void was a bizarre place, especially in such an area. Han-Shoror could hear miserable shrieks echoing in his ears. But when he unfolded his consciousness, he discovered that those shrieks were coming from an area that was immeasurably far below him. On the contrary, those shrieks of pain that were right next to him sounded as weak as a mosquito. In this place, it seemed that the farther the sound was, the clearer it was, and the closer the sound was, the weaker it was. It was also for this reason that the experts who entered this place were even more frightening. They simply couldn't detect the air currents that whizzed past them. Shrill howls sounded all around them. Han-Shoror could hear them loud and clear. He knew that some of the demons who entered this place together with him had already met with misfortune. A stream of air, rotating at high speed, soundlessly shot towards Bord and Xenia. There was a sharp cone-shaped object within that stream of air. If it pierced through Bord and Xenia's bodies, Han Shoror was certain that the two would have no chance of survival. Han Shoror, who had been sticking close to Bord and Xenia, suddenly extended his hand and grabbed Xenia's soft shoulder. With a tug, Bord and Xenia abruptly changed their diving direction, and very easily avoided the impact of that stream of air. With his consciousness covering a large area around them, Han Shoror simply tugged here and there, twisting and turning the two like toys, allowing them to avoid layers upon layers of danger. After a long while, the light suddenly reappeared. When everyone landed on flat ground, they discovered that they had arrived in an enormous valley that was wreathed in smoke. Bord and Xenia felt dizzy and their vision blurred. They looked around and suddenly discovered that of the 30 or so demons that came with them, a third of them had perished at this stage. The remaining were also battered and exhausted. Even Manticore and Leviathan looked somewhat disheveled and dejected. "Thank you, Mr. Han Shoror." The two felt a chill in their hearts. They suddenly realized how lucky they were and respectfully expressed their gratitude to Han Shoror. Chapter 562. This was an enormous valley shrouded in thick clouds and mist. Han Shoror didn't know why there would be such a valley in the void, but judging from the expressions on Manticore and Leviathan's faces, they seemed to be very excited after arriving at this place. After unfolding his consciousness, Han Shoror very easily discovered the positions of the other two great demon kings. It appeared that although the two great demon kings had arrived a step ahead of him, they hadn't gone too far. While Han Shoror was silently observing the surroundings with his consciousness, an aura of destruction suddenly emerged from the darkness above his head. Han Shoror's consciousness had barely captured it, but it disappeared in a flash. "Bekimos has come down," Han Shoror said in a deep voice. Leviathan and Manticore exchanged glances with each other and silently nodded, indicating that they understood what Han Shoror meant. Han Shoror looked at the two strangely. When he saw that the two were pondering with their brows knitted, he couldn't help but ask, "Now, where should we go?" Two gazes simultaneously gathered on Han Shoror's face. Leviathan thought for a moment, forced a smile, and said, "The place where we are now can be considered to be the void. However, in order to obtain more secrets of the void, we will have to explore it by ourselves. There are too many dangers and secrets in the center of this enormous valley. The last 2 times we came here, we only explored the vicinity for secrets. It was also here that I discovered that magic ring of mine." After taking a deep breath, Han Shoror discovered that this mountain Tanai was brimming with all kinds of elements. Thick layers of hazy clouds shrouded the valley. Although it wasn't as pitch black as the dark tunnel they came from, it still greatly hindered one's vision. For some unknown reason, the coverage of Han Shoror's consciousness was greatly limited in this region. The hazy clouds that lingered around the mountain Tanai seemed to have a bizarre resistance that prevented Han Shoror's consciousness from fully utilizing its power. Because of this, Han Shoror could only sense Bekimos for a moment when he came over. Bekimos was too fast and had instantly moved to another direction. Therefore, Han Shoror's consciousness lost track of Bekimos. Based on my many years of inference, this region should have been the battlefield of a war between gods. I have come here twice to observe for a period of time and discovered that the size of this region is beyond our imagination. Back then, the great war between mighty gods left behind too many natural boundaries and dangers in this region. We must be cautious. Otherwise, if we recklessly barge into an irresistible boundary of chaos, all of us will suffer a calamity, Manticore said with his brows furrowed. "Well, you once said that the Abyss Realm's planar teleportation array is in the Abyss. Is it here?" Han Shoror asked Manticore as he tried his best to sense the changes in the surroundings with his consciousness. "That's right, the planar teleportation array is here, but I don't know exactly where it is. This is what I learned from Bekimos." According to him, he had seen the planar teleportation array before, but didn't dare to act recklessly because he didn't have the planar coordinates and didn't know how to activate it, Manticore explained. Han Shoror cursed in his heart after hearing those words. He thought to himself, if you had told me the truth about the planar teleportation array earlier, I would have been able to communicate with Bekimos earlier. Now that Bekimos has left the range of my consciousness, who knows how much more difficult it will be to find him again. Han Shoror understood that although Manticore and Leviathan seemed to attach great importance to him, they simply didn't take the fact that he needed the planar teleportation array seriously. In their minds, Han Shoror was probably just like those demons under their command, a target to be exploited. The only difference was that this target of exploitation could perhaps be used to deal with the other two troublesome fellas. At the critical moment, the three of them could reap even more benefits by joining forces. From the knowledge regarding the planar teleportation array he obtained from the skeletal staff, Han Shoror understood that in order to enter the planar teleportation array, not only must he be able to activate it, he must also have the coordinates of the planar teleportation array. Otherwise, if he were to teleport carelessly, it was very likely that he would be teleported to a vast and boundless spacetime crevice, where he would die alone for eternity. Han Shoror, who was secretly calculating in his heart, did not say anything. He continued to look at Manticore and Leviathan with a smile on his face, waiting for their arrangements. In this place, we have to explore by ourselves. Not only do we have to constantly be on the lookout for incoming dangers, but we also have to carefully observe our surroundings. Perhaps, somewhere around you, there is a divine weapon or divine soul of a deceased great god. Therefore, pay close attention. Leviathan was obviously somewhat excited. Upon finishing those words, he pointed at the dark passage above his head and added, "Remember, always pay attention to this passage we came from. Once a strange light flashes from inside, it means that the stardust current has begun to return. At that time, no matter what, we must immediately drop everything and leave this place as soon as possible." On the way here, Han Shoror had learned from Bord and Xenia that the void wasn't that easy to enter, and it wasn't that easy to get out either. After the stardust current revolved from the entrance, it would follow a specific trajectory and circle around the entire void. According to Bekimos, when that dark passage above their heads shone with strange light, the stardust current would pass by below. It would first cleanse Tanai, then walk along the path they came from, and finally return to the entrance to block up the void once more. The area covered by the stardust current was enormous. Taking advantage of the bizarre circumstances of the void, its speed far exceeded theirs. If they didn't leave before the stardust current swept through the entire void, they would be annihilated by the stardust current. Their consciousness would vanish one after another. Just like those mighty gods who came to this place through unknown means, perhaps only their divine souls would be left behind. Manticore and Leviathan described the dangers of the void and the things they needed to pay attention to. Then, they led the party of demon guards and cautiously advanced towards an area shrouded in dense fog with reverence in their hearts. Han Shoror unfolded his consciousness. He could sense that all around him were extremely scattered, extremely frightening boundaries and scattered, dilapidated magical matrices. They included the 12 fundamental energies, as well as some unknown energies. They formed an incomparably complicated and enormous system like a spider's web. Those dangers were present in every corner. No one knew what kind of frightening destructive power they contained. It was no wonder that Manticore and Leviathan were apprehensive and didn't dare to advance rashly. "Manticore and I have traversed this path twice. We have overcome some of the dangers along the way. Here, Manticore's one ring was picked up over there," Leviathan explained to Han Shoror as he pointed at a protruding, grotesque rock in the distance as they walked. From the conversation between the two, Han Shoror understood that the exploration process was extremely difficult due to the dangers all around. Manticore and Leviathan had been here twice, but neither time had they managed to walk through the entire valley. They even encountered 2 other demon kings in another area and got into a fight over a divine weapon. In the end, the 4 had no choice but to stop when a seal suddenly shattered beside them, causing the 4 to lose many of their subordinates. The 5 great demon kings of the Abyss realm had all been to this region. The 5 of them were divided into 3 factions, and each of them had explored Tanai's mountain. It wasn't the first time the 5 of them had come to the valley. Naturally, they had spent enormous amounts of energy and lives to find their own paths. Han Shoror, following behind Manticore and Leviathan, could be considered to be basking in some of their glory. No one dared to fly recklessly along the way. After an unknown amount of time, Manticore and Leviathan suddenly stopped and looked around. Leviathan, with a deep face, said, "Last time, we came to this place. Before we could unravel a boundary in front of us, we discovered the strange light emitted from the dark tunnel. We had no choice but to hastily retreat. We have paid a great price to clear away all kinds of dangers along this path. That's why we were able to travel with ease. However, from now on, we will have to truly face the horrors of this place. Here, you may die. Even the three of us may die. Therefore, you must be extremely careful," Manticore added. Silence, an indescribable silence. It was as though a boulder was pressing down on everyone's heart. Even Han Shor was very cautious. Han Shor could sense that there were many unknown boundaries around them, but he didn't know what kind of dangers they contained. Thump thump, thump thump. Han Shor's ears were sharp. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound. The sound came from a seal not far away from him. Han Shor was startled. He didn't understand why a light thump suddenly came from a seal not far away from him. Just as Han Shor was puzzled, a thunder guard who came here for the first time suddenly clutched his chest. His face was filled with fear, and he started howling miserably. Han Shor's gaze suddenly landed on this thunder guard. He carefully observed him and suddenly discovered that his heart was also thump thump, thump thump, thump thump. It was beating at the exact same frequency as the sound coming from the seal. Han Shor, who discovered this unusual phenomenon, had a change in his expression. He hastily said, "That thunder guard's heart is beating faster due to nervousness. He seems to have triggered that seal. Hurry up and calm him down." "Damn it, Ball, calm down," Leviathan hastily shouted. He was furious and also anxious. Bang! That thunder guard's body exploded. The few people around him were splattered with blood, flesh, and bones. The powerful impact immediately injured them. Chapter 563. Thump thump. Thump thump. Another 3 demon guards that had just arrived couldn't control the fear in their hearts. Their heartbeats suddenly accelerated, seemingly coinciding with the throbbing sound of the seal. Even though Leviathan angrily ordered them to calm down, it was already too late. The 3 exploded one after another. Blood, flesh, and bone fragments splattered all over the crowd. Fortunately, having learned a lesson from what happened to the first demon guard, everyone was on guard. When they saw that the 3 demon guards were on the verge of exploding, they hastily deployed their own defensive measures to block the impact of the blood, flesh, and bone fragments of the 3 demon guards. Those who could cultivate to become demons were all people with firm willpower. However, in a place like this, with the repeated pressure exerted by 2 demon kings, it was inevitable that some of them would lose control of their minds. That was why their heartbeats accelerated and triggered the seal. The remaining few, on the one hand, were warned by Han Shor and Leviathan, and on the other hand, were much calmer. Not a single one of them revealed the slightest bit of excitement. Their faces were as steady as a rock, and their heartbeats were so calm that Han Shor thought they were all dead. After this battle, there was no need for Leviathan and Manticore to explain anything. Everyone truly understood the dangers of the void. They thought, it's no wonder that the 2 demon kings would be so cautious. Just an accidental heartbeat acceleration could actually trigger the explosion of one's body. The terror of the void was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. You have all seen it. In a place like this, even the smallest detail can lead to death. Fortunately this time, it wasn't a large-scale boundary attack. Otherwise, all of us would have suffered a calamity. Be careful, all of you. Leviathan did not show the slightest bit of emotion because of the death of his subordinates. He reprimanded them with a stern face. Cola, go in and try that boundary. Manticore pointed at the boundary that was blocking their way, but didn't show any signs of activity. He nonchalantly instructed one of the weakest black jade guards on this side. The face of that black jade guard was filled with fear. He understood in his heart that Manticore was using him as cannon fodder to test the boundary. As someone who had always believed in Manticore as the one and only true god, Kola had no choice but to kneel before Manticore on one knee and said in a deep voice, "If this lowly one is unfortunate enough to lose his life, I hope that your lordship can help me take care of my son." Manticore nodded woodenly and said indifferently, "Go. I know what I'm doing." Without another word, Kola resolutely barged in. A mass of dazzling light suddenly burst out from that invisible barrier. Suddenly, Hanshor felt an extremely strong power of light from it. A strange light flashed, and Kola's body and soul disappeared without a trace in the strong light. Kola, who had painstakingly cultivated for a long time and finally became a demon, simply disappeared in the bright light. Manticore was unmoved. He did not reveal any reluctance over Kola's death. He nodded at Leviathan beside him and said, "Among your subordinates, there is one who cultivates in the energy of light. Nolan, you go." Leviathan didn't waste any words. He didn't even look behind him and directly gave the order. Nolan, who cultivated in the energy of light, was a gorgeous woman with extraordinary looks. She was only slightly startled when she heard Leviathan's order. She didn't say anything, but with a sway of her body, she shot straight into that boundary of light. "Did you come all the way here like this the previous 2 times? Hanshor was stunned and asked in shock. Manticore put on a faint smile and replied, "That's right. For some seals, we can sense the energy they originate from, but for others, we can't. For seals and boundaries of the same element, they are bound to be filled with the elements and edicts of the same element. Generally, it wouldn't be too much of a problem for those who cultivate in the same element to enter. As long as they don't die inside, they might even obtain some benefits." Hanshor slightly shook his head and let out a low sigh in his heart. Although the 2 demon kings didn't detect this boundary of light, Hanshor's all-pervasive consciousness had long sensed it. However, before Hanshor could say anything, that pitiful Kola had already entered the boundary to die. Hanshor didn't know how to evaluate the two's methods. While sighing in his heart, he couldn't help but glance at Bord and Xenia. The 2 wore wooden faces, as though they were already familiar with this method. Hanshor understood that their loyalty to Great Demon King Manticore was unquestionable. Even if Manticore wanted them to die, they wouldn't hesitate in the slightest. Hanshor shook his head again and didn't say anything. That boundary of light in front of them sparkled brilliantly. After an unknown amount of time, the brilliance suddenly flashed and vanished without a trace. That beautiful woman named Nolan was revealed with a pleasantly surprised face. Hanshor clearly sensed the dense element of light condensing within her body. He understood that this Nolan had obviously obtained enormous benefits from that boundary of light. "Come, let's continue forward," Leviathan said with a hearty smile. After giving Nolan an approving glance, he led the way forward together with Manticore. The two's eyes shone brightly. They didn't want to miss any nook and cranny in front of them. From now on, everything ahead of them would be unfamiliar territory. Perhaps some miraculous treasure was quietly lying in some corner, waiting for them to discover it. "Heh!" Manticore cried out in surprise. He was extremely excited, but he still cautiously approached to the left. His left hand stretched out at lightning speed, and a cup sparkling with golden light fell into his palm. Hanshor's eyes were sharp. His consciousness was firmly focused on that cup. He sensed a dense amount of divine energy from it, as well as the energy of light that had been lingering around it. "Damn it, it's actually an item of the element of light. How unlucky," Manticore cursed in a low voice. With a face filled with disgust, he tossed the cup to Nolan, who had yet to recover from the pleasant surprise, and said, "Take it, it suits you perfectly. It should be a divine weapon used by a low god." Nolan's face was filled with disgust as she looked at Hanshor. As a cultivator of the elemental energy of darkness, Manticore had an instinctive aversion to the divine energy of light. He was pleasantly surprised, thinking that he had obtained some kind of treasure. Little did he expect that it would turn out to be a divine weapon of the element of light, the most deplorable of all. One could well imagine how depressed he was. It was no wonder that he had lost his usual gentle demeanor. Nolan didn't know what kind of luck she had run into. She received the divine weapon in ecstasy, and repeatedly said, "Thank you, Lord Manticore. Thank you. Let's go, Manticore. Don't be angry. Perhaps the divine soul of a mid-god of darkness that you have been yearning for many years is just ahead. Haha," Leviathan consoled smilingly. Manticore's mood seemed a little better after hearing those words. He said with a faint smile, "That's true. We have only just started this time. Perhaps we can really harvest some special treasures. We have only heard of that divine soul from Bekimos. We have never seen such a rare thing in either of our 2 trips. I hope we will be lucky this time." Without another word, Manticore and Leviathan continued to lead the way and continued on their journey. Along the way, although the party kept their eyes wide open, they didn't discover any valuable treasures. After traveling for a few hundred meters, a dilapidated magical matrix appeared before them. It was brimming with dense energy of lightning. The crackling electric arcs were so conspicuous that the party naturally understood that it was a dilapidated magical matrix of lightning. Leviathan was rather straightforward at this moment. He didn't let anyone take the risk. His body radiated with electric arcs. He warned the party to be careful, and charged in by himself. For a moment, thunder rumbled, and electric arcs slithered like snakes. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere. Leviathan's silhouette was nowhere to be seen. Following waves of terrifying heavenly thunder, bolts of lightning seemed to no longer be limited to that magical matrix. They shot towards the location where Hanshor and the others were. The party was shocked and hastily dodged. The energy of lightning was obviously extremely frightening, and its speed was extremely fast. A few demons who couldn't escape in time were struck. Their bodies twitched and were charred, emitting smoke. Their vitality gradually weakened. If Nolan, who had just obtained a divine weapon, could safely return to the Abyss Realm, with the help of this fortuitous encounter and the power of the divine weapon, her strength would definitely increase by a large margin. Unfortunately, it seemed that her good luck wouldn't last long. Bolts of lightning landed on her body. In just a few short breaths, Nolan had turned into charcoal and collapsed. Hanshor was greatly alarmed. Among those present, no one could sense the changes in their surroundings more clearly than he did. Through the observation of his consciousness, Hanshor discovered that although the majority of those bolts of lightning were uncontrollably shooting in all directions, the few bolts of lightning that struck Nolan's body came from Leviathan. In other words, Nolan's master had taken advantage of the chaos caused by the broken magical matrix to electrocute Nolan, her subordinate who had just obtained a divine weapon of light, to her death. The power of thunder and lightning lasted for a while, and 2 more demon guards died, including Nalanti. When the power of the broken magical staff was exhausted, Leviathan walked out with an indifferent expression. He looked at Nolan's charred body with a slightly astonished expression, sighed, and said, "What a pity. Otherwise, after I return and cultivate for a period of time, I might have become the 6th demon of the Abyss Realm." Leviathan walked to Nolan's side, bluntly took the Holy Grail she had just obtained for himself, shook his head, and sighed. Manticore, who was at the side, nonchalantly shot a glance at Hanshor. His expression was profound. Looking at Nolan's charred body and recalling how she charged for Leviathan's sake without the slightest hesitation, Hanshor's heart shuddered. He had grasped Leviathan's thoughts from that sentence, "You might have become the 6th demon of the Abyss Realm." Hanshor coldly groaned in his heart. He got in touch with Little Skull, who was far away in the Netherworld, and ordered Little Skull and the 5 elite zombies to be prepared to deal with any unexpected incident. Chapter 564. Manticore and Leviathan didn't encounter any obstacles along the way for several hundred meters. Manticore and Leviathan also rummaged through everything they could see, but didn't find any valuable treasures. Just like before, when Leviathan discovered that he had no way of knowing the element of that boundary, he immediately instructed, "Anro, go and have a try." Although Leviathan and Manticore were both low gods, they could only sense those concealment boundaries of the same element based on the element of lightning and darkness that they cultivated in. If the elemental energy of the boundary was concealed within the boundary, and it wasn't of the element of lightning or darkness, Leviathan and Manticore would have no choice but to adopt the stupidest method, filling it with human life. Just because the two of them couldn't sense it didn't mean that Han-Shoror couldn't. When Han-Shoror saw that the boundary contained the element of wind, and that Anro sent by Leviathan was a water element demon, Han-Shoror couldn't help but crease his brows. He raised his hand to stop Leviathan. Wait. Leviathan stared blankly for a moment before he revealed a hearty smile and said amiably, Mr. Han-Shoror, do you have any brilliant ideas? Ever since Han-Shoror discovered that this person wouldn't even spare his own subordinates, he no longer had a favorable impression of him. However, on the surface, Han-Shoror still feigned civility and said with a faint smile, if you trust me, let that friend of yours give it a try. Upon finishing those words, Han-Shoror pointed at a demon cultivating in the element of wind on Manticore's side. Han-Shoror didn't have much of a compassionate heart. He wasn't too concerned about the lives and deaths of Leviathan and Manticore's demons. It was just that according to Leviathan and Manticore's methods, the consumption would be too great. Han-Shoror was worried that all the demons would die as cannon fodder before long. When that time came, they wouldn't be able to go any further and would affect themselves. That was why Han-Shoror reminded Han-Shoror out of goodwill. The face of that demon cultivating in the element of wind that Han-Shoror pointed at suddenly turned ghastly pale. He glared at Han-Shoror hatefully, wondering when exactly did he offend this fella, and why would Han-Shoror instruct him to die at such a crucial moment. On the other hand, Anro was clearly delighted. Although he couldn't refuse Leviathan's orders, he still cherished his life. If the barrier in front of him was made of water elemental energy, he might have rushed in excitedly. But looking at Leviathan's posture, he probably didn't know which type of power the barrier belonged to. If he rashly rushed in, the possibility of death was too great, so he couldn't help but be afraid. Therefore, this demon named Anro vaguely expressed his gratitude to Han-Shoror with his eyes, but in his heart, he did not understand why Han-Shoror would help him. Both Leviathan and Manticore stared blankly for a moment. They looked at Han-Shoror in puzzlement. After a short pause, Manticore finally couldn't help but ask, why is that? In order to reduce everyone's losses, we will be able to go deeper. Han-Shoror smiled mysteriously and said indifferently, all right then. Manticore was rather straightforward. Perhaps he felt that sacrificing one of his demons wasn't a big deal. He waved his hand at that demon cultivating in the element of wind, whose face was filled with fear, and ordered, Yadi, you go. Yadi had no choice but to obey his master's orders no matter how afraid or unwilling he was. Before he entered the barrier, he glared at Han-Shoror with hatred, as though saying, if I survive this, I will settle the score with you sooner or later. Han-Shoror shrugged his shoulders. He didn't take this person's threat to heart. Yadi harumphed coldly in anger. Without wasting any time, he leaped into the barrier that was blocking everyone's path. A sharp whistling sound suddenly rang out from within. The dense wind element formed into sharp, snow-white blades that danced within the barrier with ding-ding-dang-dang sounds. Both Leviathan and Manticore's expressions changed. Their gazes simultaneously turned to Han-Shoror, filled with astonishment. Mr. Han-Shoror, how did you know that the barrier was of the element of wind? Leviathan was extremely astonished. Han-Shoror put on a faint smile and said, I have long said that the martial arts I specialize in is a little different from what you know. Therefore, it's only normal that I am a little mysterious. The two did not say much to Han-Shoror's deliberate mystification. They merely exchanged meaningful glances, their eyes flickering with unknown thoughts. Mr. Han-Shoror is truly a miraculous person. With this, we can reduce our losses by a lot, one of the demons exclaimed. The crowd immediately echoed. When Manticore and Leviathan saw that their subordinates seemed to have a very favorable impression of Han-Shoror, the strange gleams in their eyes grew even more intense. With a crisp sound, the barrier suddenly cracked. Unlike what the crowd had expected, Yadi did not obtain the elemental energy of wind. This demon who entered the barrier while harboring a grudge against Han-Shoror seemed to have extremely bad luck. His body was revealed to the crowd, riddled with holes. He was no longer breathing. Although it would be much safer for those of the same element to enter the barrier, it couldn't completely eliminate the danger. This demon named Yadi obviously had bad luck. Not only did he fail to obtain any energy from the barrier, he even lost his life. The sharp whistling sound came from the ruptured boundary, as though a bone-scraping cold blade. Manticore and Leviathan, who bore the brunt of the attack, hastily deployed their domains of divinity with grave expressions. The elemental energy of lightning and the element of darkness gathered around them. The two exerted all their strength and spent a great deal of effort before they managed to block the fierce wind that burst out from the boundary. That was close. It must have been deployed by a mid-god of wind. Who knows how many years it has been, and it was triggered and shattered by Yadi. Who would have thought that the residual power would still be so terrifying? Leviathan had a look of lingering fear on his face, and there were traces of sweat on his forehead. It seemed that the fierce wind that blew out from the broken wind barrier had indeed consumed a lot of his divine power. Thank goodness, thank goodness. If the one who entered wasn't Yadi but Anro, I wouldn't have been able to kill him. In that case, the force of the gale we will encounter will definitely be stronger, Manticore said, rejoicing as he looked at Han-Shoror. Han-Shoror chuckled dryly and didn't say anything else. These two weren't good people, and Han-Shoror was on guard against them at all times. He definitely wouldn't let his guard down just because of the gratitude they'd displayed. Hey! Divine crystals of fire. All of a sudden, Leviathan let out a cry of surprise. His body moved like lightning as he charged straight to the front that had suddenly opened up. He extended his hand and grabbed a fist-sized crystal that was deeply buried in the rock, shining with dazzling flames. He had a look of joy on his face. That fist-sized crystal contained a fiery and intense liquid. Incomparably scorching and frightening energy was wantonly radiating from it. From a distance, that fist-sized crystal looked like a miniature sun, extremely dazzling. Divine crystals, rare and precious treasures that could be directly absorbed and converted into divine energy. Who would have thought that they would actually exist in the void? Wonderful. Manticore was also overjoyed. He appeared beside Leviathan at some point in time, and hastily said, "If the other two discover divine crystals of lightning and darkness, with this piece of divine crystal of fire, we will have the capital to trade with them." Leviathan nodded repeatedly and laughed heartily. It seemed that he was extremely excited to obtain this divine crystal. Although these two were on good terms, they obviously did not take Han-Shoror, their comrade who cultivated in the energy of death and destruction, seriously. They were only concerned about their own interests. Watching from a distance, Han-Shoror revealed a happy smile for them on his face. However, his heart, on the other hand, was ice cold. He was even more certain that the two were only trying to make use of him. Hihi, just as well. Let's see who will reap the most benefits in this void, Han-Shoror thought to himself. Just as Han-Shoror was thinking about this, two energies that had disappeared for a long time suddenly appeared in Han-Shoror's consciousness. Cecrops and Golander, cultivators of the elemental energies of fire and water, were rapidly approaching. Ka. Creak. Several crisp and clear sounds suddenly sounded from not far away. The tranquility of the surroundings was instantly shattered. Cecrops and Golander have sensed the aura of the divine crystal and are on their way here. As the two were in too much of a hurry, several boundaries that existed along the way were forcibly destroyed. The two of you should be preparing to face the enemy now. Han-Shoror described the facts with an incomparably calm and collected face. Soon after, he raised his head to look at the meteor shower that was about to fall from the sky, and said, "Meteor shower, the spatial edges will erupt in a wide area. While everyone is on guard against Cecrops and Golander, you must also be careful not to be killed by the explosive energy of those boundaries." Upon hearing those words, Manticore and Leviathan's faces changed greatly. Leviathan hastily and carefully put away the divine crystal of fire and cursed in a flustered and exasperated manner, "Cecrops and Golander, those two bastards, how dare they barge in here? Have they forgotten our agreement with Bekimos?" Manticore let out a light groan and said, at the time of the agreement, they had yet to see a real divine crystal, especially a divine crystal of fire that could allow Cecrop's strength to skyrocket. Before such a temptation, even Cecrops lost his composure. "Cut the crap and get ready to face the enemy," Han Shor rudely interrupted the two in an unfriendly manner. Both Manticore and Leviathan showed displeasure on their faces. However, they did not flare up at this moment. They deployed their domains of divinity and prepared to face the enemy. At the moment when a great battle was on the verge of breaking out, Han Shor retreated with a sneer. He stealthily left the range of the duo's domains of divinity and retreated to the place where the damaged lightning magical matrix was erupting. No one knew what he was thinking. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.